Hey, what's up, guys? It's Clint. I am back with another episode of Versus. Man, we got a crazy show tonight. In celebration of the new Shang-Chi movie, we decided to do a martial arts episode because I am fired up about Shang-Chi for real. All right, let's see. We got Ip Man versus Hero. Yeah. Then, hey, there's the guys. Woo! Then we're going to talk about the Mandarin versus the Mandarin. And then we're gonna talk about Bob Ross versus Dustin. And we're gonna talk about excitement about Shang-Chi. I am fired up. Let's get everybody in here. What's up, guys? How's it going? Curtis, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing very well, sir.
Curtis is remote.
Curtis is remote.
He's at a remote location.
That's right.
Yeah. How about you, Dustin? How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling good? You looking good?
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. I just realized something.
One of my clients today was like, hey, what's up? I'm like, hi. He's like, you kind of look like my uncle. I'm like, what? I've been like, he's been my client for years, right? I'm like, that like a subtle burn? Like he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm getting a little bit overweight and like,
oh no,
yeah. And I'm like, whoa, that is the most badass burn.
You look like my uncle.
You kind of look like my uncle. And you can just like hold it in your mind and like pretty much denigrate me any way you want to.
Yeah.
Like pick whatever weirdo uncle you have.
And you look like a bucket of crap.
Yeah.
You should have been like, your uncle's The Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, before we get started, guys, guys, I need you guys to like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell so we can let you know about future live streams and videos. Woohoo! All right. There it is. Man, what a fun week it's been watching all of these movies. I haven't been, I love martial arts movies, but I don't go down the rabbit holes as deep as a lot of people do. And now I feel like I've got a new thing that I've fallen in love with. Thanks to Ip Man. I watched that movie and it blew my mind. I was like, dude, I like Donnie Yen from other things. I mean, I've seen him in little clips, and he was in Rogue One, and I've seen him in other things, but I was like, now I'm a big fan of his. He's awesome.
Is that the only one you've seen? Ip Man 1?
The only Ip Man that I've seen.
Ooh, Curtis.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch them all. I know there's one with Mike Tyson. I'm gonna be watching Ip Man all week. I'm very fired up about it.
Are we jumping ahead? We'll wait till the Ip Man segment. I've got some opinions on Ip Man.
Yeah, I mean we're here now, and I want to do this little thing. I'm gonna turn this volume down. I think we're real loud here. Doing this little thing we call, there we go. All right, there, that's not so bad. Doing the little thing we called Ip Man segment. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say first, before we start, we were trying to find just popular topics that, and Ip Man has a big cult following. And then it was like, what do we do? Thinking about like Shang-Chi, it's supposed to be kind of almost like a fantasy movie mixed with, it's got like a lot of elements from what you've seen in the trailer and what I've heard from reviews, so there's a scene on a bus that reminds me almost like a Jackie Chan kind of a thing in the bus, and I'm like, should we be throwing Jackie Chan in here? And then it's also some badass fighting, and there's also some wuxia wire work type stuff that I heard too. So I'm like, I didn't know where to go with it, and we thought about Jet Li because he's one of the greatest, and Chris Clink, our buddy, he said you need to do Fist of Legends. That wasn't streaming, and we were last minute, and we just said, hey, Hero is on HBO. Let's watch that. And that kind of walks the line between wire work and wuxia stuff, because that's very artistic. And martial arts. So, in all fairness, we're not really comparing oranges and oranges here with these two movies. They're two different kinds of movies, but they're also similar. So it's weird. So, what did you guys think? What do you guys think?
Hillside Oaks was a Jet Li house.
Yeah,
Hillside Oaks was like the house of wrestling and the house of Jet Li. It like there were so many,
for the 500,000 viewers out there that don't know what Hillside Oaks is. That's a house Dustin and I used to live with our buddy Chris Klink back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Curtis used to come and kick it over there too.
Yeah. Curtis, what were you going to say? You sound like you were going to say something.
I never knew it was called Hillside Oaks, but yeah.
That was the street. That was the name of the street.
No, I was gonna say they're both historical fiction. Honestly, we kind of chose Hero 2, like because we're talking about it's leading up to Shang-Chi and it's a hero movie. This has really hopefully Shang-Chi is martial arts wise like in the same vein. I know they've got other aspects going on, but like that, honestly, after rewatching these, like that's all I want to watch right now. Like I'm gonna rewatch the Ip Mans, and because there's a few I haven't seen actually. I've seen one. I know I've seen 1 through 3, but
there's a whole bunch
been
more after that.
Yeah, there's like
spin-offs and stuff too.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna rewatch like Jet Li's movies. We did want to get Jackie Chan in there. A lot of his stuff's not streaming, but honestly, and I did realize in Hero, we'll get into it a little more later, but the first guy that he fights, Sky, that's Donnie Yen. I couldn't tell. Like that's I didn't know. I didn't realize it until I looked it up. But I mean, that's
I thought you guys were just geniuses tying it all together.
I mean, we are.
Man, you guys are smooth. The web, the weave.
Yes, the subconscious is working stronger than the conscious. But no, that's like it really just opened up the floodgates for me wanting to see good martial arts again. And we've gotten some good suggestions about some new martial arts and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll be doing some more.
I really liked all the storytelling in that movie too. It's not like it was this dumb story that had really good action. Ip Man was a great story. Like I was really impressed with that. I was like, this is great. This is great.
1 may be the best story. So 1, 2, and 3 are like kind of like they're like almost like the Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah.
They're great for different reasons. 3, I don't know, Curtis, what you think, but 3 might have the best cinematography. Like it might be shot kind of the best, but it doesn't have the best story. It's like kind of there's a couple rush things like his wife thing in there and stuff like that.
Oh, she gets sick, right? Yeah.
And that's like that's the thing. I got to rewatch them, but I do like I remember like kind of after 1 they go further and further from the truth too. Like his wife did die of cancer and stuff like that, but apparently they were estranged for a while and stuff. But I remember really enjoying 3. I gotta rewatch them. Like it's
I like the Mike Tyson segment.
Yeah. I also love oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say like
horribly
they
good.
couldn't find the like because they didn't have face tattoos back then. Like they couldn't find some makeup and cover that thing up. Like come on, guys.
Hey man, maybe it was like a Pacific Islander kind of thing.
Maybe
Samoan sort of.
That was they put him in there to get views. They're like, all right, he's gonna pull people in. People want to see this.
I don't think they sped up his hands either. I think that's some real deal shit right there. He was like,
I think I heard something about and I didn't know it in context because I hadn't seen any of the Ip Man movies, but that Donnie Yen was actually really scared of doing the fights with him.
I believe it.
Like scared for his life, and also coming from the Hong Kong realm where they actually hit each other a lot. It's like, oh no, this guy hits me, it's over.
There goes my spleen.
Yeah, and Tyson hasn't had like stuntman or wrestling training where he or maybe a bare minimum,
He
so
probably had a little wrestling training. Remember when he
I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah, oh man, we gotta bring it up, man. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
He had some ass kicking training.
Come on, man, it's just a little kayfabe. No biggie.
When he what, Curtis?
He was so for Shawn Michaels and
Yeah.
damn, who was it? Shawn Michaels was going for the World Wrestling Federation title against Stone Cold, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He was the
And
ref. He was the
Mike Tyson was the guest referee.
uh-huh. Yeah.
And the one the match ended up working out fine. It was it was great, but one of the best interviews was the interview before it because it was a big deal, And one of the reporters like, well, we're all aware of Mr. Tyson's anger issues. What happens if he really hits one of you guys? And Shawn Michaels stands up and he's like, I don't know you don't respect what we do and blah, 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 and this and that. And he's like, but we're, athletes, which is absolutely true. That's 100% true. They are athletes.
Yeah.
But, goes off. And then the reporter's like, okay. But what happens if he really hits one of you guys?
You go to sleep. Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's funny. Yep.
I also really like Wing Chun. The primary the primary actual.
Well, for those who don't know, and I feel like this whole episode is just talking to Clint right now. I know he knows this. Yeah. Well, he messaged me today, and he was like, "Dude, I'm really looking forward to tonight's show." But this is his jam. But yeah, for those who don't know, Ip Man actually taught Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
I watched some videos and stuff too, where it was interesting that Bruce Lee, he put Bruce Lee with his lead student to train with him. He was doing stuff like he would get there early and tell all the other students that class was canceled, and they would all go and get on the bus. And then when they all got on the bus and left, he would run back and then be the only student and get solo lessons from the teacher. Bruce Lee was doing a bunch of crazy stuff like that, and pissed off a bunch of his students. And finally, but then he became a really quick study, and in a year he just progressed, which was pissing off everyone. And he
you're getting private lessons. I mean, come on.
Yeah. And he tricked everybody into getting so he could get private lessons. I'm like, what a little brat. And then them picking on him and stuff. They started picking on him in class and stuff too. And then and he got obsessed with it and got super good. And Ip Man didn't want to let him go, but that's why he had him on the side with this other guy for a while. And a lot of his students were getting pissed that Bruce Lee didn't get let go, so he finally stopped teaching Bruce Lee. But there was a lot of drama involved, and there was a lot of things because Bruce Lee is mixed race, and they were kind of shitty about that. So it was an interesting video that I saw. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So for those who don't know, Ip Man taught Bruce Lee, and a lot of people call Bruce Lee the GOAT. But and
Wing Chun looks really pretty and all that, but I think actually I study like a lot of fighting and stuff like that, and watch a lot of fighting and all that, and kind of a student of self-defense, but it's actually one of the only of the pretty martial arts, like the Kung Fu, that's actually usable. There's this website, or actually a YouTube channel, that I want to shout out called Fight Science. It's all Wing Chun, and it's advanced a lot. And Wing Chun is like probably the first of the real mixed martial arts where they pulled in other arts, like different judos and stuff like that, where there's actually like Wing Chun kind of like ground defense and stuff like that, that Bruce Lee really kind of brought to the forefront. And when he wrote his book, there's a lot of that in there, how he's like studied other arts and stuff like that and brought it in. But Fight Science is awesome. If you think all that's fake and stuff like that, which is it in the
it's
UFC?
Not fake.
Some aspects of it is like, and especially like I think that a lot of real blocks and stuff with like Krav Maga with the actual like where you actually make your body like a form, a lot of that comes from that. The Israeli guys pulled from that.
I'm gonna try to get my brother in next week.
That'd be all. I'd love to talk to him.
My
about
brother
that.
Brett. He's been studying. In fact, I was almost pissed that I didn't invite him on tonight. But he's been studying Kung Fu for 30 years.
Kung Fu's legit.
And when I was a kid, he was in the Navy. He actually paid for 6 months of Kung Fu lessons for me when I was like God, I must have been 6th grade, 5th or 6th grade, and so I took kung fu lessons. And I liked going, but I hated that my cousins were going to taekwondo lessons, and they would spar, and they had pads and gloves and stuff, and they would spar in the yard, and I would go, and they're like, okay,
You learned to paint the fence?
and I'm like, and I'm doing like forms and stuff, and that did no good. But you have to do those forms for like a year or two before they even let you. And this was Walloon Kung Fu, crane style. Before you even hit anybody or spar, you learn all the forms, and they're all about the technique and stuff, and it's really interesting.
You know who else knew all the forms?
Who?
Bob Ross, baby.
Bob Ross knew all the forms.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing. That's true with I mean, at least when I was a kid, that's true with boxing as well. I took boxing as a kid, and you just like I guess they would call it forms, but I mean, you practice your jab, you practice your steps. Like you don't hit anything until forever. And as a kid, I was like, "This sucks. I don't want to go." Like but it
always
helps
felt
so
like
much.
Yeah, well, it felt like I was learning Tai Chi forms and stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like because you're doing it slow, and I was like, I don't want to take dance lessons. I want to, you know what I mean? Like it felt like almost like a ballet. I was like, I want to punch my cousin in the face because he hit me, or whatever. Yeah.
But why do you think Miyagi had Danielson wax all those cars, dude?
Yeah,
it's automatic.
Exactly. It becomes muscle memory.
Automatic.
What's really cool? Hey, we got James. Good morning, all. We got James in the chat.
Hello,
I'm a happy
sir.
little accident. I don't know what that means, James, but you are
the Rouse.
Yeah.
The Rouse.
What?
That's the Ross reference. You can't see me, but I'm pointing at Bob Ross in the screen.
Oh, happy
Every
little
time I do that, time I do that, I'm not pointing at my.
You're pointing at the Ross.
My.
There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. That's right. And kudos to James. Anybody sees this, go to Small Screen Co., do a search for that, and check out the new Spider-Man theories video that I did the voice on. It was a lot of fun to do, and it's pretty cool. So check that out. Excited. Hey, James, I'm glad you could join us, man. So Ip Man.
If you could sum up Ip Man.
If I could sum up Ip Man, I would say awesome. Like I said, the storytelling was really good. It was a really cool story, and you have a guy who's successful and invincible, pretty much, and happy, and almost taking his family for granted a little in the beginning, and just is popular in town. Everybody loves him. He's the best. He's invincible, and then all of a sudden you get something that he has zero control over that changes everything, and then it makes him realize how important everything really is. And
it's almost like Jim Carrey's Liar Liar. It's almost the same plot. It's like pretty but except with kung fu. It's pretty awesome.
I heard a thing where somebody was like, yeah, it's almost like a Superman principle. It's like a guy who's invincible until there's something that's out of his control that he can't handle. That's what they have to do with Superman. He can do anything, so they have to throw variables in that are beyond his control. And I thought it was cool. And then then people start dying in a situation with guns where martial arts is ineffective, and because they can shoot you from far away. And he all of a sudden even says that he's worthless. All I am is just a martial arts guy. I'm worthless. And then by the end he becomes a hero. And open that door.
Yeah, he should have learned the 10 steps method. 10 steps swordsman method.
Yeah, he becomes a hero and then causes the whole town to revolt and fight back. So it's pretty cool. I thought it was. I was like, this is without the action. This is a good story. You know what I mean? It's an interesting story, and also that the villain.
Good villains in these movies. You're right.
Yeah, the villain, the general, was awesome, and the general respected him and respected the arts. You know what I mean? That's the interesting part too. It's not just it's not just some bad guy. He respects this guy and doesn't want to back down because he's like, no, I have to prove that I'm and he believes that he could beat him too. But I don't know, it was cool. The whole story was really good.
Well, I really enjoyed that rewatching it, and that fact as well, because they didn't overly villainize like the general or even the Japanese per se, because apparently in reality he fled the communists, not the Japanese. Like he didn't leave until the communists started taking over.
Communists
is why he left.
must have bankrolled the movie or something. They're like, "What do you think about not making the villain the communists? What do you think about that?"
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Do that. I guess we change it up.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I did like that they didn't overly villainize anyone. They kind of except maybe the guy that shoots everybody, but they didn't make him this grand evil villain or something like that. You respected the general, he respected them.
It makes it cool.
It made them people. Yeah. I mean,
it makes it like the opposite of the villain, old dude from Roadhouse. We're just like, can't wait for this guy to get like, squashed.
Yeah.
I got
another great martial arts movie.
Roadhouse.
Wasn't that the car salesman? Wasn't the big bad the car salesman? Is that correct? Am I right?
I think
was he a car salesman?
I can't remember.
I think he had a car dealership, but
okay.
Or did he? Was it his henchman that drove through the car? Oh, now you're gonna do it to me, Curtis. You're gonna make me go back and feel feelings and watch Roadhouse. Damn.
I might be remembering incorrectly, but yeah, he owned the dealership in town, and that was like he was like, I'm
hair,
the big,
but if I could grow long
boss.
hair, I'd grow long gray hair, and I'd only call Clint Miho. What's up, Miho?
You can call me Miho.
Hey, Miho. Be like the Sam Elliott character.
There he is. We got
some comments rolling. You guys get interactive with us.
What's up, dude? Okay, hold on a sec. I gotta. Boom. And then I gotta pull this out. And then.
Perhaps this up here. Or maybe this over here. Or maybe this down here.
James, are you in the dark over there?
Yeah, am I on now? Hey.
You are on. Are you just doing a voice thing, or are you trying to have your camera on? Because I'm not seeing you.
I'm just doing a voice thing. I literally just woke up 5 minutes ago.
Okay, well, we'll just have you. You're James. That James guy is the voice of Bob Ross. That's what we got going on now.
Bob Ross also knew Kung Fu.
Yeah, man. So what's up, dude? You were chomping at the bit to talk about Ip Man, and I'm glad to hear from you, man.
Yeah, man, it's good to be on. Thanks. It's about friggin' time. Wing Chun is one of my favorite martial arts, and I was so happy when Ip Man came out and it starred Donnie Yen and Sammo Hung did all the fight choreography scenes and directed those action sequences. And Wilson Yip was, I don't know if you guys have seen SPL by him or Chopin or Flashpoint.
No, but Curtis
they're
is taking notes.
Big money makers in Hong. What's that?
I said no, but Curtis is taking notes.
They're on the list.
Oh yeah.
Did you say
I sent these messages too, but
you said
my crappy connection.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna try not to talk over you because there's a slight lag and it causes awkward pauses. So go ahead. What were you saying?
My life. So yeah. So when Ip Man 1 came out, and it had that. It didn't take itself too seriously at the beginning to set up the fact that they could get away with some goofy martial arts, which is really good.
Yeah.
But out of all the Ip Man movies that I've watched, like Ip Man Grandmaster and Ip Man The Last, or whatever, this one by Wilson Yip and Donnie Yen and Sammo Hung, I believe, to me, is the best. Especially when they set up how much power he has when he's got to go in, he's got to go fight those 10 soldiers, right?
Yeah.
And he just absolutely obliterates them. And I understand, I agree with you guys. You're talking about it's like liar, liar and stuff. Well, it's a hero's journey, right? He's got to have his character arc. And it's I would say it's like 70, 80% true. I don't know if you guys watched the sequels. Ip Man 2 was all right. Spoilers, Bruce Lee does an appearance. But it didn't capture the magic of the first one. I think it was because of the time setting. and I think Mike Tyson was in the second one, or
Third
was it just
one.
He was
the
in
British
3.
box? Third one. It was in the third one. That's correct. Third one was like, I just I don't even think I've finished watching it because I don't want to watch Ip Man die. You know, it's gonna break my heart. But I would definitely go check out all of Wilson Yip's films that he's directed with Donnie Yen. That is a magical combo. Donnie Yen, Sammo Hung, and Wilson Yip, absolutely fantastic. Thanks, guys. Peace out.
He's out of here. He's like, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Oh man, that's great.
It's very much a Rocky or Rambo situation where the first one's a dramatic film, and then they get more and more and more like action, stuff with Ip Man. I've loved them all, just like I love all the Rockies and to varying degrees. Yeah, all the Rockies and Rambos, but like it's Ip Man 1 is definitely like the film. Like it's pretty much true, and then the ones go further. I mean, there's still false stuff in the first one, but
yeah,
like they go further and further, and it's more and more action, and I still love them for that. But yeah, Ip Man 1 is definitely
Rambo's a good analogous thing.
Everybody knows I love Nalgas.
Yeah, no mummies.
James says Wilson Yip didn't direct the second, so big different feel. Yeah, I really like the first one, and I could see how you start making sequels and changing little things, and they're not going to make the same movie 4 times, so it's going to be a little different. But this one it set so well with me that I could see looking at it later and being like, none of them are as good as the first one. It just has that perfect feel of the movie to me.
But at the same time, like, so since you're a newbie to it, like, it's one of those things where it's like when he's fighting Tyson or the Big Brit in part 2 or whatever, like whatever's going on, even though you might know it's fake or something, but it's one of those things where it's like, well, that if you were watching some new movie with some new guy, you'd be like, well, that's just stupid. Nobody could do that. Or like that wouldn't happen. But it's like you're invested, so you're just like, well, yeah, Ip Man could whip his ass, of course.
like when he blocks Tyson's punch with just his elbow, and it slides him back. That was badass.
That's funny.
Anybody else would be like, that's fake.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, well, Ip Man. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
The Rambo analogy is perfect, man, because they all three have different feels, and they're all like kind of like get more like, I don't know if outrageous is the right word, but they kind of like,
that's kind of the right word. Yeah,
they start to jump the shark.
They
action
like
driven.
And, action becomes more action driven. They try to pull the story back in on the third one, but by that time you're just like, you're done.
I want to see it. Yeah.
You're done with first and second base, and you want to slide all the way home, baby.
Yeah, first Fast and the Furious, we could race, but once you get to F9, once we get to IP 9, shit's getting a little crazy. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, the kids should really be able to attach onto that one.
Yeah,
the Fast franchise rather than the Rambo. They're probably like, what is a Rambo?
Oh, they know.
Is that some type of dinosaur? Is it a dinosaur?
Speaking of which, I was going to save this for later when we're going through rando stuff. Speaking of Rambo, I thought you said rando, but there's going to be a new Expendables movie. So,
nice.
So I'll read the brief article snippet a little bit later, and we'll talk about that and see what we think.
I think Rambo could be like the name of a little hip hop, like Lil Rambo, like Lil Pump or something.
Lil Rambo, I think.
Rambo. Yeah.
Who did we decide would win, John Rambo or Commando, on the first episode?
Oh God, did we decide?
I've decided.
John Rambo or Commando? Who? Arnold versus Sylvester.
It's Commando.
Bennett.
I don't know. James, I know.
Bennett,
I know.
You're always an asshole.
I don't know.
You don't want to kill me, Bennett. You want to take a knife, stick it in me, look into my eyes, see what's going on in there when you turn it.
Dude, that's good, Curtis.
Plus, he's got Alyssa Milano helping out. I think it's his daughter in the movie.
I think we said that Rambo doesn't have his own iPhone 12 case cover. I think that's
Rambo doesn't.
Rambo doesn't, but like Commando has where he's like got the 4 rocket thing, and it's the 4 cameras from the phone.
I don't know what you're talking.
In Command, you don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody that's in Arnold Schwarzenegger, Clint just outed himself.
I don't.
The whole thing.
I mean, I saw that movie like twice in the theater.
Yeah, he like has a giant rocket launcher that has 4.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the iPhone?
The iPhone, the case that you can get that has Commando on it, you hold it up, and I've got a fucking Bush League iPhone 6,
and it's got
it's got 4 things, and it's him holding.
That's awesome.
The rocket
I just
launcher.
hadn't seen that. I didn't know what you're talking about. That's awesome.
Technically, it's 3 because Ray Don Chong shot the first one backwards. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Maybe that.
Burn.
Is there one black? Is there one black camera in that 4 camera thing? I don't know because I'm poor.
There's only 3. There's only 3. There's not 4 lenses.
In one of them, there's 4.
Maybe it's a new
one I've seen. Maybe it was a Android phone.
Uh-oh.
I don't care either way.
Camera.
We don't do Android around here, Dustin.
Until that becomes a gimme phone, I'm going to be rocking this iPhone 6.
So who do you think would win in a not character? Well, who do you think would win, Jet Li or Donnie Yen?
Well, we didn't talk about Hero. We haven't talked about Hero yet.
No,
Really.
I mean in a fight.
Oh, Jet Li would. Well,
in real life, I'm talking real life.
I don't know how Donnie's doing right now. Jet's a little rough. He's got spinal issues.
Oh, I didn't
That's
know
why he
that.
hadn't made anything. Yeah, just was researching it recently. He's got some. They were basically saying like, if you keep acting, you won't be walking.
Wow.
So he's doing a lot of choreography and stuff like that.
That sounds like Team America with your reckless acting.
Well, let's talk.
Go ahead.
Keep going. Curtis. I mean,
no. I was just gonna say like, I would say Jet immediately.
Yeah.
But in real life, like right now,
I think James said Donnie Yen.
James said Donnie Yen. He thinks, and
what about at their prime? I still say Donnie Yen probably if you put them both at their prime.
Yeah. That.
And I'm a Jet Li guy, but I mean, if you were like,
well, we all get old, you know.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't know as much about Donnie Yen's like actual credentials, martial arts wise. So I know. I mean, I love him in the movies. Don't get me wrong, but like I know Jet's like a straight up martial artist.
Like
he's won competitions. Right.
Maybe Donnie Yen's like the Jean-Claude Van Damme of his.
I wonder if Jeff Speakman could handle. You know, the Kenpo,
he is the perfect
Kenpo
weapon.
guy.
He is the perfect weapon.
Yeah, how about
hey, Kenpo has come a long way too. Don't get me started on Kenpo. If you look up the Pit,
don't get me started on Kenpo. All right.
If you look up, I think it's the Pit is the YouTube channel. The guy that trained Chuck Liddell is like, and Chuck Liddell was a Kenpo guy. Kenpo is like the street fighting aspects of Kenpo is legit. Like, you know, it used to be like you think of Kenpo and you think of like horse stance and like, you know, like this is like eye gouges and like, you know, locks and stuff like that. Like Kenpo is like, as an art has come. There's probably real martial arts people out there that aren't like casual, you know, or bastardized people like me. And they're probably like, shut the F up. I'm going to, you know, knock the Cheeto dust off their hands and come after me.
Curtis, are we going to talk about Boyka?
Actually, next week, one of the things we will be doing is we will be doing 2 and Undisputed 3 to see if you prefer Boyka as a villain or as a hero. That's for next week.
Yes. Cool. Chris will be around for those. You can bet.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
That was one of our many fan requests.
Yes.
So
we'll be talking about that. Well, what did you guys think about Hero? I saw it in the theater, but I didn't remember that movie at all, and I didn't realize it was going to be so artistic. I remember I saw it in the theater, and I enjoyed it, but it's like after watching Ip Man and then watching this, all of a sudden it's like going from reading comic books to poetry. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It was like a completely, all of a sudden, it like all the different colors and different perspectives and different versions of the story that was being
Yeah.
told. They had different colors, super colorful. Just, it was beautiful.
It was like
I saw it
poetry,
in
like
theaters.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like Clint said, like when the two ladies are fighting and then like draws
Mhm.
blood, like all the leaves are like red and
Mhm.
like there's
Well,
a
the
bunch
colors
of badass
in
stuff.
general.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
colors in general
Incredible.
were huge in that movie. And I saw it in theaters as well, and I didn't appreciate any of this. I'm so glad we rewatched it
Mhm.
because like I was there for like, let's, I want some action. Give me that, and
Yeah.
it, delivers there. But yeah, all of that stuff, like the color changes, like obviously Jet Li as the assassin is portraying them as a villain. So if you don't know of the what is it, the
The
Qin
three-
Dynasty,
yeah.
the first emperor of China, basically, whenever he was going to take over all the little separate territories, there were a lot of assassins out there. There are 3 in general. Jet Li says he killed them all, and so he gets to meet with the emperor, and subsequently gets closer and closer and closer and closer to the emperor. Then the emperor discovers that Jet Li is there to kill him, and I mean,
it's
spoilers.
it's really interesting with this. Yeah, it's.
I mean, it's
the movie-
20,
it's
25
20
years old now. Yeah.
The-
You haven't watched that shit.
Guys, be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't yet. What's interesting about this movie is before I even remembered that that Quentin Tarantino was a big fan and really put his name on this thing and made it a big thing. They had Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon came out, and it was a success. And then because of that success, Quentin Tarantino said, "Hey, we need to put this movie out." It had already been out for 2 years in China, and then they went ahead and released it in the United States. It's interesting because of all the flashbacks and stuff in this movie. It reminds me of a Tarantino
Yeah.
movie. You know what I mean? And it's crazy.
I didn't know that, but that makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, this is crazy. It reminds me, and I discovered the Tarantino, which I vaguely remember something like that, but I knew Tarantino liked Chinese movies and stuff, but it completely made sense. And so I'm watching this movie, and it's really cool because the king or the emperor is asking Nameless, who is Jet Li's character, how did you kill these assassins? And he tells him the story, and tells him how he did it. And a lot of the colors are one color. And then later the emperor reveals, he's like, hey, I'm calling bullshit on that. And here's why, because I've met this guy and here's how it goes. And things are a different color. And then when you see how it really went down, things are white and it's a different color. And I just thought it was super cool that the different versions, it's like one guy telling his version, the other guy telling his version. And so there's a lot of almost the same story that gets changed a little bit. Certain assassins are in cahoots, and one he says he defeated them by turning them against each other, and the other one they're actually in cahoots and helping him to do this, and so it's pretty interesting the way they did that, and it's complicated if you're not reading fast enough. Holy crap, dude! I was like, I had to pause many times. I was really tired, and I was like, God damn it! I kept having to like rewind and read it again and stuff. Because I wanted to really have a feel for what was going on. So
You know what shocked me, dude?
What's
like rechecking this movie out is like, I forgot how much sexy time is actually going on. There was like some, like it's kind of like with a couple of the assassins, like
did
a love story.
did you and I watch the same movie?
Yeah, well, they're like, there's some sword crossing going on.
Yeah.
Trust me. In the movie, and then the one assassin gets jealous of the other girl assassin, and that's like the whole premise of one of the big fights, or supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then,
in Jet Li's
yeah.
story, that's how he describes it, or
Yeah.
Nameless's story. That's the first story.
I was like, when they're like kind of like, I was like, whoa, hey, I forgot about this.
I'd fight for that.
Yeah, totally. And but what pissed me off is now I remember what pissed me off in the first place is how flimsy their swords are. That always makes me angry. Like And I have no respect for calligraphy. I'm like Conan on this. I'm like, they're like,
Yeah.
calligraphy, good calligraphy is like sword fighting. I'm like, and I say to hell with you. I'm like, I want my swords like beefy and like just like nothing can break them or bend them. And they're just like,
Mhm.
just like flopping around,
And at the
taking their
same time too,
time.
the wire work stuff. I
Oh,
know
it's
a lot of
badass.
people enjoy it, but to me it looks like they're frolicking. They're not fighting.
Yeah.
To me, like it's like they're frolicking. Like I'm gonna get you.
It is like a
you know,
badass dance, like some kind of like kung fu theater version of the Beat It video.
I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look. Especially the second version of the story, I think it was when they're fighting on the water.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Certain scenes look cool and stuff, but all in all, I was like, just fight. Come on.
It's weird. It's kind of weird when you're flying across, like even Crouching Tiger or Hidden Dragon, where you're flying on flimsy trees. It's weird to me, but it's cool. You know what I mean? It's like
no, I agree with that. Yeah.
they have super chi and they can do super cool stuff.
Do you think that that's what some girls think when they're like have to sit through like the prequel Star Wars movies? They're like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I don't
if you're
know.
into it, you're really
I
into it.
mean, maybe some weird
Yeah.
girls out there, like,
Yeah.
but
Not any girls I hang out with.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah.
I don't understand why you wouldn't be more into Princess Leia if you're like raising, a little girl up to be a woman rather than like, here, honey, watch Pretty Woman. This is how you want to be.
I will say, so my sister Scarlett had a daughter a few years ago, and she is very much a Star Wars girl.
Right on.
And they had Princess Day at her daycare, and she went in and she was either dressed as Leia or she brought a Leia doll or something like that. And they're like, "That's Star Wars. It's Princess Day." And she was like, "It's Princess Leia." Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
back off before you get jacked up.
That's hilarious. Yeah, way to raise them right. That's how you raise them right there. I thought. Did any of you guys think it was weird that that Broken Sword had like a personal assistant? You know what I mean? Moon.
No, and
it's like, is that
like a manservant?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like a jar. Who's the guy that used to hold the umbrella for P. Diddy or whoever?
Exactly. I forgot his name. Damn it.
Farnsworth.
Jar Jar?
Bentley. Yeah. I was like, is that his like, what do they call it? Knight's
Squire.
A squire. That's his like squire because he's an assassin, or is she a calligraphy assistant? Like I don't know. It was
God.
But I did end up liking her character, like in the in the first story, like or the first telling of the story, she was just kind of like a mistressy kind of whatever. But by the end of it, like I really liked her character, and honestly, like her fight with Jet was. The fight with Donnie Yen was probably the best one, but
yeah,
her fight with Jet might have been my favorite because I mean he was just smacking her with the sword, like saying I could kill you right now, like I could kill you right now, but it went really well.
Yeah, Zhang Ji, I think's her name.
Is she the actress
She's
that
badass.
went on to be in a bunch of other movies throughout the 2000s?
You've seen her in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm she's from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I think that put her on the American spotlight. But I've seen her in a bunch of movies, but she's fantastic. I like her, and she was really good at being a loyal, like no, like the whole time.
Right.
She did a good job. She's like probably some of the best acting out of that movie.
Yeah, I agree with that. She ended up becoming like one of my favorite characters.
She was in Memoirs of a Geisha.
That's
where you recognize her.
Yeah, I like really heartfelt movies that don't have very much action.
What is this?
If you don't know that about me.
How about Donnie Yen getting ripped off in Shanghai Nights, Death by Bamboo Rocket?
I haven't seen Shanghai Nights.
I haven't seen that either, but
I have, but I don't remember.
That's on the queue. I'll be watching that this week.
I know it's Jackie, but that's the Jackie Chan and not Owen. What's the other one's name? Wilson, one of the Wilson brothers.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Kill
is that
him
Owen?
with a jet ski.
No, yeah. Is that Owen or is that the other guy?
Dude, James is like legit into this stuff. I feel like I slipped
Yeah,
on a
you're
banana.
a poser, dude.
I feel like I slipped on a banana peel and watched a couple of kung fu movies. Jeez.
Poser.
Totally.
James, I was trying to figure out a way to fit Master of the Flying Guillotine in there, but I couldn't make it
Nice.
work. I want to do that one so bad, but it's not streaming anywhere, and figuring out what to pair it with is tough.
And Tony Leung is going to be is Mandarin in Shang-Chi too. If you didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And I also didn't know that Jet Li was in Mulan, but he's the Emperor.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know that.
the live action
well,
Mulan. I got to go check that out.
Yeah, no, you don't.
No, Clint said it was good, but Clint.
I've
liked
seen it.
everything.
I didn't say it was good. I just said it was eh.
Yeah.
I actually
I've
was
only-
talking smack about that movie on the podcast the other day. Yeah.
But to be fair, I've only seen it in and out. I have not sat down and watched the whole thing. I'm just jumping on the bandwagon. So
I'll put it this way: I'm glad I saw it. I'm sad I paid $30 to see it.
Mm.
That's you know what I mean.
Well.
It was worth seeing. It wasn't worth the $30. But
Right.
I mean, at the time, it was because I was home and
Yeah.
I needed something to watch, and I got to see it, and I didn't.
Mm.
You know, I could have spent a lot more than $30 that day. I'm good. I can hemorrhage $30, no problem.
Yeah.
Hong-
and again, go ahead.
James says Hong Kong cinema is my jam. Yeah,
It is good. It is,
We could
and it is
not
a
tell.
totally standalone genre.
nothing better than peanut butter and Hong Kong cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that it's very much like its own genre. Like, 90% of the times it's like shit goes down and somebody's got to get vengeance, and it's a badass movie regardless. Like that's most on it. Let's be fair. Like honestly, like that's the plot of the majority of the films. But when they throw stuff at us like this, where it's got great story as well, it's just icing on the cake.
And I think like to bring it full circle, I think like IP Man's like Ip Man is like a great martial arts movie with martial artists that happens to have a story. I think that Hero is an awesome story that happens to be about some weapons handling style martial arts.
That's
It
a
could be-
good.
It could be like the story of King Arthur or something like
It's
that.
well, it's like a cool lesson though,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
like for he's not hero because he's the hero that showed up in the parade at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's what you think. You start watching the movie and they show up. The guy that killed the 3 assassins. He's the hero. He's going to meet with the emperor, and he sits down. And as they're telling all these stories, finally, Broken Sword found a way to communicate to Nameless his point about through calligraphy, his point about one nation, one land altogether, and made him understand that like even though we hate him and we want to kill this guy, our needs are not more important than peace for the whole country. And that's almost a philosophy of that part of the world anyway. The greater good of the whole country, not individualism, but us as a collective. That's like that's a very much a Chinese principle. Whereas here we're all about like freedom, our individual freedoms and all that. This is a different thing where they're saying no, your little vendetta is not more important than peace. If we have one power controlling everything, we have peace because we're all under that same umbrella or whatever. So it's just an interesting, almost social commentary kind of pumped into this movie, and he realizes all of a sudden at the last second he could have killed him and he was there to do it, but he changed his mind. And it's cool that Broken Sword changed his mind, and then he let the king know, and then used that opportunity to tell him less bloodshed, put the sword down, and then basically sacrifice himself, putting the emperor in a position where he respects this guy now, but if he doesn't punish him, he looks weak, so now he has
Yeah.
to punish that guy, and then he gets executed, and then he buries him as a hero, and they have a parade and a funeral of a hero funeral at the end, and it's cool that's why he's a hero, because he made it. Not only did he put his own stuff aside, but he taught the emperor a lesson, basically. He learned a lesson and taught the emperor a lesson, and the other guy that the emperor was scared of and thought was an enemy turned out to actually understand him better than anyone too. That was another thing. So it's just a lot of weird lessons being learned, and that's why he was a hero, though, because he could have killed him, but he taught a lesson to the emperor, which is cool.
And I love how he taught it too. Like it's not like he just walked away at the end and been like, "All right, I'm not going to kill you." He straight up did the move and was like, you would be dead right now," but he had the hilt of the sword up against the emperor instead of, of course, the blade. And spoilers, like, so it wasn't as if like he was just like, "All right, I'm out of here." He was like, "You could be dead right now, so get your shit straight." Like, yes, less bloodshed. Care for the people that you're conquering. And stuff like that. It was, I'm so glad I rewatched that movie, because I was younger and I did really just watch it for the action scenes the first time. And it's deeper. There's so much more cinematography going on. There's so much symbolism going on. I'm very glad I rewatched that movie.
Yeah, it was really good. And all of the wire work and stuff was crazy in that movie, and a lot of the effects that they used in that movie, fighting with the water, and even like drops going back. They play tennis for a second, with a drop of water. It's there's a lot of weird stuff. I think some people might find like obnoxious or weird or whatever, but like, I liked it, and I like superhero movies in general. So to think that these people have crazy abilities and see them do cool stuff is pretty awesome. Yeah. What do you think, Dustin?
I think you tied that together nicely. I think that the ending of Heroes is the exact opposite ending of the first Conan. Instead of like giving him the hilt, Conan gives him the blade. And like Ice-T said, I ain't the one. Like, so I don't think I could like, sacrifice myself.
But Tulsa Doom.
Yeah.
Tulsa Doom was not uniting a country for peace.
Come to me, my child. Peace.
That is power.
Yeah, that is power. Peace through steel, man.
Hear the lamentation of the women.
Yeah. Hear the lamentation of the women. See enemies drawn before you.
That James guy says, "I love Hong Kong cinema. They have a director for dramatic scenes, Wilson Yip, and then an action director for action scenes, Sammy Hung. Marvel took notes, and they do this with their films." Yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I didn't know that. I think James is right. Like, it has far more reaching influence than people that aren't filmmakers can understand. Like the Hong Kong stuff, some of the stuff they did was the first time they ever did it. And the storytelling like that. I think that's why Tarantino's like, also sort of remade the Seven Samurai in his own way, and he's so into these movies.
And if for those out there who are new to martial arts films, Hong Kong cinema, stuff like that, these are very good open door movies. This will kind of get you in there and like really make you want to go down the rabbit hole. Yes, very much so.
Let's see. North American films ruin the rhythm by editing too much in the fight scenes. Yeah, this damn editors.
I mean, that's probably true, but man, honestly, like the guys don't fight as much or have as much training. Right. And I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody, and it's I respect the hell out of stuntmen, but a lot of North American guys in the fight scenes don't have that training. A lot of the times they get these big name actors and they stick them up there, and they don't know anything about anything.
Get some
and
good cuts,
you have to edit. You just got to edit it because it's like, that looks bad.
Plus, I know you're right, but I'm a punk rock guy. Don't bore us. Get to the chorus. like cut it up so I can see some like hot
Yeah.
action.
Yeah, I heard a while back that Quentin Tarantino was talking about he was, I don't know if he was talking to Rogan or he was talking to somebody, but he pretty much was talking about Bruce Lee roughing up American stuntmen. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And that, a lot of the American stuntmen didn't like resented Bruce Lee for that. And he kind of, and it was because of that clip, that one Once Upon a Time in Hollywood movie. He has kind of a actually kind of shitty portrayal of Bruce Lee in that movie, but it's to make a point to show Brad Pitt is a killer and a badass. It's to build it. There was a reason for it, but a lot of people didn't appreciate his portrayal of Bruce Lee. But he was talking about stuntmen not liking Bruce Lee, American stuntmen, and a big reason for that is I think that the Hong Kong stuntmen, they get punched in the face.
Yeah.
That's part of the deal. Like if you're a stuntman, you're gonna get punched. Like they'd it's not like here where they're like, wait, what, you hit me, or oh, sorry, I hit you. They're like, yeah, you get hit, not 100%, but you get popped in the face, and that's why it looks real and badass, because they're getting hit. Da, 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 da. They're getting hit.
Did you the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or whatever is based on. That scene is based on when Bruce Lee met Judo Gene LaBelle.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a lifetime friend of Bruce Lee's after that, and he kind of like that was like the come to Jesus. Through that relationship, he developed like the respect for like that side of it or whatever.
Okay.
And Gene LaBelle is super cool. He was like stunt coordinator and a judoka. He I think he had some hand in some part of Ronda Rousey's career or something, but he's super well respected judoka, and he trained with Bruce Lee and showed Bruce Lee some judo stuff, and they're badass friends all the way up to his death.
Well, and I would say it's very much close to wrestling style. So anybody that was a fan of the wrestling in the 90s and stuff, you had our American wrestling, big guys throwing other big guys around and doing, think about it. Hulk Hogan's special move was a leg drop. Okay. I mean, it was obviously the most devastating leg drop in the history of the world, brother, but it was a leg drop. Okay. And then in my generation, we started to get Mexican wrestling and Japanese wrestling in there. And these guys are jumping.
Oh, it's James. Are you back? Oh, we lost Curtis.
I think Bob Ross just capped Curtis. Damn it, Bob! It was just getting good.
We lost Curtis.
He's gonna pop back in.
He'll be back in just a second.
Yeah, I hope I didn't derail it with the Gene LaBelle. He's a hero of mine.
Didn't what? Derail me? No, that's that's what you're here for, dude.
He wants like I don't know if it's confirmed like on the real, but the rumor is Gene LaBelle, like what's his name? God, what's Steven Seagal was like fucking around, like being kind of a dick and a bully, and like whatever, the fucking judo can't fucking blah blah blah. Gene LaBelle fucking choked him out, and supposedly Seagal shit his pants a little bit. And he fired him from the set, but that's like Gene LaBelle is like, if you got somebody that's like big boying you, fucking all of a sudden Gene LaBelle pops up in a puff of smoke, fucking chokes you and you shit your pants.
Curtis, what were you saying before we lost you, bud?
I don't know. That makes me happy. But no, I was just talking about the comparing the Hong Kong style to American fight scenes with the editing and stuff. The wrestling in the mid to late 90s was very much like story driven and big guys throwing other big guys around. And then you got a very technical, like Mexican and Japanese wrestlers coming in and flipping and going crazy everywhere, doing stuff that I know. And that's the thing, people wanted to see more and more and more. And, but
yeah, luchadors are crazy.
You could,
you see Rey Mysterio come in and all of a sudden they're flying around everywhere. It's like badass.
Insane. And it's just it's just a completely different style. And you could make it work sometimes depending on if you had the best of both worlds, but honestly, like a lot of the American guys are so stiff, and like a lot of the times it just didn't work.
They're
Like,
from the British Bulldog era. Come in there all like
Yes.
pumped and
All
just like
jacked.
give you like a clothesline. Yeah,
you know.
big. You get a big chop.
That
Yeah.
that James guy said North American films don't rehearse and rehearse. Hong Kong cinema action films is like a dance, a ballet choreography. Yeah, absolutely right. Well, like I know, I've never been on the set of a Hong Kong cinema or American
Clint's
martial arts
just
movie.
waiting for his back to recover, and then he will be
I'm
back
just
to
waiting.
his.
What I do know is when you get movies like the new Snake Eyes film, where they're using shaky cam, and then they cut the scenes all the time, and you don't actually see like them fighting. There's a lot of cutting up the scenes in shaky cam. It means that they're not doing it right. That's what I do. That's what I've heard. Chris Klink, our good buddy Chris, he was like, I'm not even gonna watch that movie. I'm like, no, dude, it's actually okay. There's some decent scenes. He's like, I don't want to see that. It's just gonna piss me off. I'll go watch some Hong Kong martial arts movies. If I want to get pissed off, I'd find another way I'd go sit in traffic. You know, like I'm like, oh, okay. So he didn't even bother. He was like, I was looking forward to that, but since you told me about shaky cam and all those scenes getting cut up, I don't even want to watch it. So that's
I'm a fan of both. If anybody has ever gotten their ass whipped in real life, it's more like the shaky cam thing. So it's like when it really goes down, you're more like, oh Jesus. Ah.
Yeah.
One of my wife's. So just for the viewers out there, husbands or wives don't listen to husbands that much. It's just part of life. I could tell my wife something, and she's like, yeah, okay. And then some random person like just tells her the same thing. She's like, did you know?
Totally.
Blah blah blah. And I'm like, I told you that. But one of her favorite quotes of mine that I quoted from Mike Tyson, that she uses quite often is, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's right.
Like, and she's like, yeah, that's such a good quote.
That is a quote. It's true.
When I get rattled, my cam is shaky as
Yeah.
F.
That's like I mean that's even like you get like these like concealed handgun people that are not trained, and they're like, hey dude, it's legal and I've got my weapon, but if something goes down, you know, you're at Walmart and all of a sudden something happens, that's like getting punched in the face and you don't know what to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, you'll get hurt before you even know it. Before you know it, it's over, you know, and you don't know how to react in time. So I don't want to go off on a firearms.
Don't let me go. Don't let me.
Yeah. Well, which
Keep me on a leash.
but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Somebody comes up, if you're not trained and they punch you in the face, that's why they say swing first, because you get the jump on them and you know, you get somebody several times before they even know what happened.
In the Book of Five Rings, Miyoto Musashi says there's 3 preempts to any like actual to know somebody's like coming at you, and if you see one, don't wait for the other 2. But
You've read the Book of Five Rings?
Yeah, man.
Oh, hell yeah, Dustin.
It's required reading for some of the shit I'm into.
In the Book of 10 Rings, Shang-Chi
Yeah!
kicks ass.
Transition.
Ooh. Let's ask this question. Which one was better, Hero or Ip Man? And there's 3 answers to that. One is they're not a fair comparison between those 2 movies because they're too different. That's an acceptable answer.
You want to argue one and I'll argue the other, Curtis?
Okay.
I'll go Ip Man is better, if I may. Or would you
Continue,
prefer
sir.
to lead, or should I lead? So I think Ip Man's the movie for people that are fans of martial arts, and the storytelling is good. And also I think it showcases, as far as like, so that's from a movie watcher standpoint. I think it's better because the story is there, but it also moves you along action. There's no real lull in that movie for me at all. And for Hero, there's a couple little lulls, although artistic lulls. And then if I was a technical, movie making standpoint, some of the cuts and shots that are in that movie are the first ones of their kind, of the real in their action.
Are you talking about Ip Man or
Ip Man?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's other movies that did it, but I think if you watch a lot of martial arts movies, you can watch that one. You're like, whoa, this is different. This is not just another kung fu theater like presentation. There's some shit in that movie that's like, influenced a lot of other movies that came after that.
What do you think,
I would
Curtis?
I would say Hero is better. The first scene or the first fight scene that really gets you going is on par with almost anything you can put it up against. It is very much Clint brought up a good point, and I never noticed this before. Plot wise, kind of like Pulp Fiction, it's told basically in flashbacks, and at the same time. So if you're into the Japanese cinema or Asian cinema and stuff like that, it's very much like Rashomon, where people are telling the same story but differently as they see it. And it's 3 different stories of the same interaction, which is very hard to do. And I can see why that would provide a lull, at certain points.
I'm also basic. Sorry.
And especially for basic. But honestly, like, I would watch Hero twice. Probably the first time I would have definitely said Ip Man wins, but after a rewatch, it's you notice so much more. Like it's so symbolic. It's so I don't know. I mean, it's very well told story. It's based on a legend.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing too. Ip Man is based on a true character, which supposedly so is Nameless, but it's a legend of how the Qin Dynasty started, and it's very well told, very well done. It's got Jet Li in it. It's got great action, and bar none, even if somebody's not an action fan, they're gonna be like, "That was beautiful." It's just a beautiful film.
Excellent point. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I also think, sorry, Clint, I also think that we really like the Marco Polo series.
Love it.
And I think a lot of the cinematography was influenced, like the arrow work and like some of the sword fighting stuff and the far shot and stuff like that. It like in a way that Hero is super influential for other movies like it that would come along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard to decide for me. Again, they're not apples and oranges. You know what I mean? I mean, they're not apples and apples. They're two.
It's a red apple and a Granny Smith.
It's exactly right, and they're both really great. For me, I think the kind of movie, like, I'm not always up for a smart poetic movie. Sometimes I just want dumb content, and neither one of these are dumb content. But I like superhero movies, and I like hero movies, and I like. That isn't to say I'm talking about Hero. I'm talking about Ip Man, because it's like you have an invincible guy who's a nice guy though. He's like an ultimate hero. He's super badass, but he's respectful and doesn't want to flaunt it, and he's got no problems, and he can beat anyone, but he's being cool. And then later on in the movie, because of how things are going, seeing his friends die, he's transformed. And when he goes to beat those 10 guys up, he's fucking pissed. When he's hitting he's mad. And so it's like his character's changing. It's like,
and he steps on that dude's face.
Yeah, he's pissed. And it's different when he's sparring in secret and he doesn't, in the beginning. And he's like, hey, it's cool. Sure, man. And not a care in the world. Later, he's got every care in the world, and it's really, he's fighting from the heart, and it changes him. And as the story progresses, He keeps getting stepped on and stepped on. It's just like
That's a good point.
it's really cool. It's really cool how he transformed from, and I think it's crazy. Everybody's cool when things are good, but when things get bad, it's how you behave. And even then, he's still being true to the people. They gave him food. He fought, and they could have grabbed the rice and taken it home to his family. He's like, I don't want your rice. And even when he's locked in his cell, they give him a bunch of food before the fight. Part of me wondered if they were going to poison him before the fight so that the general could win. But and then he was like, I don't want your food. You guys came here and killed a bunch of our people. I want nothing from you guys. And it was a cool movie, and the fighting was badass. The storytelling was badass. The kid in the beginning who caused the trouble with the kite, he disappears, ends up on with the bad guy, the thugs, and it goes full circle where they tell that side story of the brother who helped him and died.
Too,
yeah, it's like
point.
that was a whole nother side story that they just stuck in there because it was a touching story, and and there's a lot of little things like that. The business guy, the business partner guy, all of that, him teaching the factory workers kung fu to defend themselves. It was a lot of cool stuff, and I love that this is based on a real guy, and yeah, it's cool. I can't wait. I'm gonna be watching Ip Man every day. Tomorrow I got Shang-Chi after yeah, tomorrow I'm doing not tomorrow, Wednesday or Thursday, but I'm doing answering for a friend, and as soon as it's done, I'm running out the door to go see Shang-Chi. So I'm excited. So I have to warm up with a couple of Ip Mans before that.
Hell yeah, Ip Man definitely knew that with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes, sir. Well, speaking of Shang-Chi, did you guys see the Hail to the King video that Disney Plus released this week?
I like that they're doing this now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who didn't see the Iron Man movies, Ben Kingsley played the Mandarin, but it turned out he was just an actor. What? And so, he went to jail. He went to prison. And you get to see this video of how he's living in prison, and it's pretty damn hilarious. So, and it makes you wonder. Like, I saw a while back that he was listed in the cast on for Shang-Chi. So he's coming back. You've got to think that. Well, first off, you got to think that that the Mandarin versus the Mandarin.
Yeah.
One's an actor and one is a badass 10 rings murderous mob leader, underworld guy. And so I think that actor is in trouble. But what'd you guys think about that? I thought it was funny, and I really loved the bonus post credits scenes that were in there too.
I love Sir Ben Kingsley. I think I've seen every movie he's done. When I was a kid, I saw Gandhi. I mean, his range is like, even when you talk about like Robert De Niro or Anthony Hopkins or somebody like that, or, one of the like old school greats, it's really difficult to be like, go from Gandhi to Sexy Beast or whatever, that range of like, he could be absolutely, complete passive and complete intimidation. You know what I mean? And I just think like anything he does is badass, but certainly this character is really cool. And it was a really cool spin on the idea, because if they just had him as the Mandarin, I think real comic book fans would be kind of like bummed out on that. But the twist that he was an actor and it was kind of a, fronted thing, that was some sophisticated writing early on in the Marvel verse.
And now you have the real big bad Mandarin in the picture. So it's really funny how this is going to turn out. I don't know. And also Sam Rockwell being in the post credits was hilarious.
Well, so whenever Ben Kingsley first came out as the Mandarin and stuff like that, I was excited. I did not know they were going to do that. Make him an actor. Honestly, I thought it was a good transition. For the comic book character to the screen, as a terrorist organization. When they did that, I was like, that's what I'm saying. I was pretty pissed off. I did hear that they were going to do something else with it. And it seemed like for a long time it was going to be as if the real Mandarin wanted that to occur. Like the real Mandarin was like, putting out this fake actor to kind of throw people off. This Marvel one shot on Disney Plus very much shows that that's not the case. The real Mandarin's pissed that this is happening.
Which is interesting.
Which is interesting. So did he make it? Did he just start doing that himself, or did somebody hire him? You know what I mean? That's what's weird.
It was Killian.
AIM.
It was Killian from Iron Man 3. What's it?
Rockwell?
Killian's no, the bad guy from Iron Man 3 when he takes the Killian hired him to do that, and he says like, hey man, I was Killian approached me, he gave me all this money and he gave me a role and I did it. That's all I did, and
Guy Pearce, Killian,
that's right,
yeah, that's right. Man, it's been so long since these movies have been. We've been watching these movies for so long now. It's like, it's
crazy.
It's years and years and years.
Right.
Like I'm trying to look up what year Iron Man 3 came out. Iron Man.
It was like 2010,
something like that.
Iron Man 2 was 2010. So I mean, it's been that's a long time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I might just have to start rewatching them all to get caught up on everything. I mean, not that I don't remember all of it, but these little things, little details on the Hulk and I'm like, wow, man, was that the one?
That's what's cool is that they're bringing that stuff back. The little stuff like that, because that's what makes you want to keep watching it. And the most recent What If I think it was last week, we were talking about, do they acknowledge the Hulk movie?
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I was going to bring that up, but I was like, didn't want to go down the rabbit hole, but I absolutely love that. That's so cool.
They in the new What If, they straight up acknowledge the Incredible Hulk movie with Ed Norton. Now, of course, it's Mark Ruffalo in the cartoon, but
right.
Well, yeah, that one is included in the MCU. That is
way to bring it in, as that was an alternate verse thing. And like the multiverse was the greatest retcon ever fucking devised.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. It's like,
it's cheating. Yeah,
it's totally cheating.
And
it works really good.
While we're here, we have not heard Dustin's reaction to the Spider-Man trailer.
Yeah, Dustin,
have you?
Oh, dude, yeah. Like, I think we covered this where I like had a huge nerd boner for Doc Ock. Hello, Peter.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, we did.
I was like, oh, and then I like changed my pants.
Yeah, that's
he was like, oh,
yeah.
girl.
Well,
Yeah.
left me now.
Yeah.
And that's another one too with the multiverse. It's like, hey, how come Electro it's got yellow lightning this time? And it's like, oh, that's because the blue thing sucked, and we decided to change it for the better, and we'll just say it's a different version. So it's great. Which, by the way, guys, if you haven't yet, go check out the Small Screen Co. video that I did with that James guy. It's a theory video. And I'm gonna put it in the comments right now so you guys could check it out.
Yeah, there are so many hints and Easter eggs. Hopefully they turn out to be more than Easter eggs, but hints and leaks and all this stuff in those videos. Like getting somebody to come through it frame by frame is huge. I mean, it put me onto some stuff that I was like, well, I never even thought about that, but that can make some sense.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they, if it like, I know it's just like supposed to be Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield and the new guy or whatever, but I was hoping for like a Miles Morales or something, or bring in like Ghost Spider to complete the Spider, like bring it all together with Spider-Verse and the new No Way Home.
I really want them to do that too.
Yeah, I think that would be badass.
They did have they did mention Miles in the first Spider-Man. What is it? not Far From Home. Coming Home, Homecoming.
Mhm.
Whenever he was
Yeah.
his uncle was selling Peter weapons or something like that,
Yeah.
and yeah, so he might show up. It's probably just gonna be like a cameo or something like
Hope he
that.
does.
But because yeah, honestly, Spider-Verse, the cartoon was one of the best.
Super cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so. I mean, and the way they did it too, like how the alternate universe Spider-Mans were kind of like blurry and stuff like that, and just they did it so well.
Getting nerd
I can't
boner.
wait for the sequel to that. Yes,
Yeah.
totally.
I hope they get Donald Glover to do Miles Morales. I know he'd sort of been like, there's rumor or talk about he was going to be a new Spider-Man way back in the day or something.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Badass. Plus, he's funny, and for all the quips and shit like that, you need somebody that can deliver that.
That can
shit.
do funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, in the chat, I have a link to that video, and also I'm gonna have it in the description of the video later on. I'm gonna plug that in. So if you're listening to this, and you're like, oh, what are you talking about, Clint, with this Spider-Man Theories video? I did the voiceover for it the other night with James, and we put it out today. So that's a small screen video. So yeah, so check that out. Yeah, man, I'm excited for both. And Shang-Chi, people are saying it's the best martial arts movie in or the best comic book movie that's come out in
I'm down. I'm
forever.
excited.
So I'm very excited for that. I'm also excited. I heard there was some screenings of the new Batman with Pattinson.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm kind of dubious of that. I want it. I'm cheering for it, but I'm like, I mean, how can it not be good?
It's going to be good. He's a young, impulsive first or second year Batman that, he's probably going to get scraped off the pavement by Alfred a couple of times.
God, man.
And Alfred is Schmeagol. What's his name?
Fucking the actor that does.
Yeah, I can't. And that guy's directing something else right now. That guy's the busiest guy in Hollywood.
Dude, can you believe how like old and get off my lawn I just became when I was like, I mean, I don't know, new Batman. I mean, it's got to be good.
Yeah,
right?
get off my lawn, Dustin.
Yeah.
Dude, it's gonna be good. It's supposed to be really dark and awesome. It's got Colin Farrell in it. Like, huh.
Well, I was talking to my tattoo artist. Y'all probably all know him, Joe Kennett.
Of course.
Yeah.
And about it, and I was like, I don't know, Robert Pattinson. He was like, dude, have you seen him in anything besides Twilight? And I was like, I mean, not really. And he was like, well, go check something else out.
Yeah, he's good.
And I can't remember what I watched with him. And I was like, okay, all right. And it was kind of, like honest. I'll tell you right now, I am all on board on Brad Pitt. Okay, just so you know,
Brad
like
Pitt
to
for
me,
Batman?
no, just in general.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, when I was younger, I was like, he's just a good-looking dude. I don't want to watch any of his fucking movies. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
And like, I got over that, and it's like, he hasn't made a bad movie.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, it's
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying the same about Robert Pattinson, but I'm just saying like that was kind of like it's
Dude,
like this fucking
he was
Twilight
pretty
guy.
good opposite.
Okay,
It's Venom. I forgot. It's Andy Serkis is directing
okay.
Venom 2,
Sweet.
and he's
Ooh.
playing Alfred. So Andy
Nice.
Serkis is Alfred. So that's a cool Alfred. Jeremy Wright is the What If narrator.
Mhm.
He is Commissioner Gordon,
I back
and
that.
then
That's
Robert
gonna be a
Pattinson.
cool
Yeah, he was really good in the Christopher Nolan movie that came out during the pandemic. What
Tenet.
Tenet. I never
Tenet.
saw it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
he was
I've
good in
heard it's
that.
good.
He
And-
was fucking awesome in The Lighthouse opposite Willem Dafoe.
Yeah.
Like, I see you sparring with the go.
And he jumps on this guy, like punches him a bunch of times, stops, but he's still emotional. He jumps back and punches him just a couple more times. He didn't even have to do that. He already beat the shit out of this guy, and he jumps back on him. So I was like, yes, that's a young, out of control Batman that's just emotional and not as put together. So I think it'll be fun to watch him
Does anybody
beat some people's
remember,
asses.
Batman First Year or whatever it was
Oh yeah, year one. Yeah.
year one. That was fucking great. He used to be like lucky amateur.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he'd like just barely make it through something. That was
Well,
a
and
good
see that,
series.
yeah, and that's what was the first Nolan movie was loosely based off of. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering where they're going with this one. I mean, it seems like it's kind of the same idea.
He's very much a
Um,
detective in this. Like they focus on that a lot too, the detective aspect of it, which they don't focus on that on a lot of the other Batmans. You know what I mean? Like
I agree. Yeah.
Somebody's coming in with a comment here.
That was a nice jag that we got off on.
Yeah, did you like that jag?
Yeah,
We jagged.
I'm a jag off.
We jigged and jagged.
Jigged
Jig
and jagged. All right. Well, guys, did you? And I got James's. Are you messaging me, bro? All right.
You even message, bro?
Yeah. Did you guys see? Did you guys see the Bob Ross documentary on Netflix?
I did.
I had to hit the clip notes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What,
I could lie. and,
oh
riff
yeah, I
with you,
totally
but-
saw it.
But I know a shitload about Bob Ross. I've seen some other documentaries, and I looked at a couple reviews of this, and I have some interesting questions to ask you guys that
All
have
right,
seen it.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Hell yeah. Well, I could tell you,
I think we all can. We start. Do we all love Bob Ross?
who doesn't like
Yes.
Bob Ross? We love you, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
If you don't like Bob Ross, go ahead and comment now and leave your address, and we will
I feel sorry for you. son.
come and beat you with a stick. And
I think pretty much everyone loves Bob Ross, and I think the idea, like I saw the thumbnail or the title card or whatever for this documentary, and I'm thinking, oh no, they're not going to reveal some scandalous stuff or that Bob
Yeah.
Ross is really a douchebag, are they? You know, and I'm like, I was worried, and then I read some stuff on social media, and they're like, and talking about the people who own BRI, Bob Ross Incorporated, or Industries, or
Mhm.
whatever it is. And they're like, yeah, the fact that they're taking all that, making up money off of his name and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, this is about an injustice to Bob Ross?
Right.
Wait, Bob Ross got screwed over? Who the hell? Nobody messes with Bob Ross. You know what I mean? And that's
Right.
kind of what it's, the internet's been like, F those guys. You got this guy. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this dude.
look at that
I feel like
beautiful.
he's-
Look at
bastard.
him.
I feel like
Just-
he's like the
just-
Chuck
we don't
Norris.
need camera anymore. Just yes.
He's like
right
the
there.
Chuck Norris of painters.
Yeah.
You kind of have to give it up. There's like a lot of lore behind him too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got happy little trees.
Yeah.
There's no mistakes, just happy accidents. Guys, anyone can paint. Like he's just so nice. Like you can do it. Anybody can do it. And
He was doing online teaching before there was online
Yeah.
teaching.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
that.
he was straight up really doing it and
Yeah.
making it work. Like,
Fuck you, YouTube.
yeah,
Stick
he
that up your
was-
algorithm.
like,
yeah,
and Clint, I'm so glad you brought that up. Real quick, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but real quick, I'm so glad you brought that up about you. You were thinking that they're going to bring up some dirt on Bob Ross. I didn't know. I just started, or I was researching it after I watched it for the show. There are a shit ton of people pissed off because they could not find dirt to bring up on Bob Ross. They were like, I thought they were going to bring up all this dirt on Bob Ross, and it was going
Really?
to be all this. Yeah, and that's what they thought it was going to be. And there are people pissed off about that. And it's like, I am not mad about that at all. Like, this was a great man that did a lot of good
Yeah,
things
man.
for good people, and I'm glad that it stayed that way.
I don't
Like,
know.
but there's a community that's just
Yeah.
mad
It's
about
the
this.
same people that try to shit on Martin Luther King. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That they always try to find a hero and like, oh, but he did this, or he was like Gandhi wasn't cool to his wife or something like that.
Yeah.
It'd be like, dude, they're all human.
They're
Yeah.
still human beings. We're all bald apes walking around trying to figure it out.
That's right.
There's-
Especially me.
there's a lot of douchebags online. That's just what
Yeah.
it is. People are not meant to communicate. I went on this rant the other day. I think with you, Curtis, but it's like people were not meant to communicate and be able to have a voice the way we do have a voice. They're not meant to. People are stupid. People need to
Yeah.
shut up. Like, you're not that important. I'm not that important. You know what I mean? Like, you can turn this off now, but but everyone has a voice now, and so
Suddenly everybody's
everybody's like, I'm important. And
everybody's Oprah.
and the funny thing is that there's most people are too busy providing for their family or creating something or not. But the ones that have nothing going on with their lives are the ones that have time to get on the internet and complain about Bob Ross not being a scumbag. That's like you have nothing going on if you have time to complain about Bob Ross not being a good dude. That's bottom line. You are, dude. You need to really self-examine and then go do something.
Yeah.
Go plant a flower or something. Like do something. But you're gonna sit here and get mad that Bob Ross is a good guy. Not only that, they mentioned an infidelity or like an affair in that. I
got a question about that.
Yeah,
too.
they mentioned an affair and like. That wasn't enough. Like they mentioned it, but the son was cool with it, and it was like, "Hey, it happened. It is what it is." And they glazed over it, and the son didn't care, and it was fine, and nothing, no big deal. And so you did get a little dirt, but that wasn't good enough. I want to know that
it wasn't.
I want to, after death, cancel Bob Ross. Let's cancel another one. That if we can't cancel Bob Ross, what the hell am I watching this show for? You're a douchebag. Go.
Yes.
Go to night school or something. I don't know. Do something.
I want to IP that man those people in the balls.
Yeah, man those people.
Yes. Ip Man needs to come back. We need to do zombie Ip Man so he comes back.
Oh shit, that's badass.
Zombie
Curtis.
Ip Man's the best thing I've ever heard.
Dude, I have a question about the infidelity thing. This might be the linchpin of the whole scandal. Did this Annette Kowalski? Did she honey dick my man Bob Ross? Is that what happened? She just laid out that sweet, and he just sign on the dotted line.
I don't know.
I think that's how it went down, man.
I don't know. I mean, they make it okay. They had a very close relationship. She was married. He was married.
Yeah.
But
she had money. Look,
honey dicked.
She had money, dude. It's what it is. What it is.
Yeah.
And he's a dude that's like, I just want to paint for a living.
Yeah.
I just want to play music for a living. Will you get in my van and blow into this breathalyzer and drive me to an apartment?
Totally.
Yeah. For those who don't know, one time this woman was like, "Hey, I am a scout for a label. Would you come over to my apartment? I only caught the last song y'all did. Would you come over to my apartment and play for us?" In the middle of the night, Dustin and I both went. I climbed, got in my car and followed. Dustin drove her car, and I followed. And it turned out she really just wanted him to blow into the breathalyzer of her car. This was back in the day when you didn't need it.
She picked the right dude.
Yeah, and he did it. He did it. He blew the breathalyzer, drove her home, and then we went and embarrassed ourselves.
Yep. We thought we were going to get
because
signed.
we wanted a record deal. And so people would do whatever. And Bob Ross was not a business guy.
I can't believe she asked the writer of Boozin' and Whorin' to blow into her.
That's right.
Breathalyzer.
She didn't even know.
That's unbelievable.
That's right.
How stupid
Thank you, Curtis,
is she?
for giving me props there.
Yeah.
I was going to ghostwrite that one all the way to my grave. But
that's what Bob Ross was wanted to do. He wanted to paint. And so she said, "Hey, you're a good painter." There was already a famous guy that did the speed painting.
And she lifted up her dress. She was like, "What do you think about these happy little trees?"
And she
what do you think about this happy little accident?
She pulled up She pulled up her hiking shorts and she was like, "That's a nipple." Yeah,
she said,
it's
"Look,
all the way down there, baby.
You've got talent. I've got business know-how. You want to be the performer, and I need this business." So they did that. They did basically what a record deal is. And I'll run the business. You be the talent. It'll work great. We'll sell paints. I'll find new ways, new opportunities to make money off of this thing. This wasn't even about the TV show. This was about the class where you have. It's like giving karate lessons. I want you to teach karate, and I'll pay for the school, and you teach the karate, and we're partners. That's the deal. Except this was painting classes, and then it got on TV, and then he went viral because he's awesome, and people loved him. And they didn't even realize till he went and painted in Central Park, and people were coming in droves, bringing their paintings to, and they didn't know that you got a guy who's iconic He's not just a likable guy.
He's a folk hero.
This dude is a legend. This guy is an icon, and they didn't know it. They had an Elvis, you know what I mean, on their hands. They had a Britney Spears on their hands, and like until they showed up, and they all figured it out. And so, the more money that's coming in, she's trying to figure out new ways. And what's crazy about this lady or the couple, well, for one, her husband was ex-CIA. And
oh, dude.
Yeah, is ex-CIA. Anytime they'd have a phone call, she would tap
They
the
Epsteined him.
they would tap the phone and with a suction cup thing, and he learned from them, and he started recording the phone calls too, because they were recording his phone calls, and it's really crazy because. He's ex-CIA. All of a sudden, that makes me think he's got some weird contacts. He's involved in something. I don't know, but
maybe he knew him all the way back when he was in the armed forces.
Yeah,
he's grooming him.
He knew the lady from painting classes and stuff. That's how he knew.
That's
knew
what
the lady.
they said.
Yeah. So anyway,
wait for part 2.
I lost my train of thought. Thanks, Dustin.
You're talking about how the CIA guy.
Yeah.
He got him to drop chemtrails over Bob Ross's house.
No, you're a douche.
And
so long story short, there was some weird stuff going on. Those people like to sue people, and so everyone was scared of that of the Kowalskis because they would sue the shit out of everybody, and nobody wanted to deal with that. So they, long story short, they ended up stealing the name from Bob Ross. When Bob Ross was on his deathbed, they were going in there and trying to get him to sign over his name because they wanted to own his name, and he was like, "Screw you, I'm not doing that." It was weird because he had a partnership with them, and it was him and his wife and and the Kowalskis. So it was like. It was like 50,
democracy.
It was 50-50.
Yeah.
As soon as his wife passed away, all of a sudden he lost one person. So it was those two against him, so they could outvote him, and they were basically making him do a lot of things that he didn't want to do. And
so he hired his nurse, or he married his nurse.
Oh yeah,
at the end, so he could have a fourth vote. Like he had known her for a few months, but he was like, I need a fourth vote, or they're going to take over everything. So he married his nurse just so he'd have a fourth vote, and she ended up having rights to his name as well.
Is there some kind of weird thing where it has to be a wife? Why can't he just bring in another business partner?
I don't know, but
I don't know.
I don't know, but then also,
or is it some kind of like sex cult, like the Invictus thing?
Okay, dude.
I don't know. I didn't see the documentary.
Yeah.
You gotta put me on the straight and narrow. I don't know. Tell me
what's interesting is the son is going after them for later, and then he ends up digging around. He finds a trust, paperwork to a trust that Bob set up, and Bob, because he was younger, he made his brother 51% and made the son 49% of this trust that would go on to take his half of that company, and which is what they were trying to get him to sign over his half. So after Bob Ross died, they would own it all, you know. And so long
they
story
basically
short,
started suing the half brother. They just sued him until he signed something.
Yeah,
like he couldn't keep up.
So
he wasn't getting any money, and they were just suing. And the son had no idea.
Yeah,
like they just sued the half brother and the wife, the nurse wife. Just sued him, and they were just like, "Fine, what do I need to sign? Go away, leave me alone."
Yeah, so the son tries to sue the Kowalskis, and in court finds out.
Oh my God!
Finds out they're like, actually, we do own it because your uncle, who had 51%, he signed it over to us, and also the your nurse ex stepmom. For 2 months, she also signed over her parts to it, and also all the audio tapes that Bob Ross had that were secret. The nurse turned those over to them, so she would get sued. So they have like they have everything.
She totally rolled on him.
Yeah, she rolled
terrible.
on him. Yeah, they intimidated him, and they gave it up.
But and this was like a year later. That's the thing. The son did the suit in 2018 or 2019. And this paperwork was done a year or so after after Bob Ross passed, and the son had no clue about it. And so that's the thing, this lady just marries Bob Ross, and she's getting sued out of to land's end until from the day he dies. She's like, what? Okay, whatever, make this stuff go away.
I was just gonna say, I
Go
wonder
ahead.
if they secretly bought their signatures. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'll give you
Potentially.
I'll
I mean,
give you
I'm
500
sure.
grand to sign. You know what I mean? And then like there you go. And then so that would be really terrible because the uncle could have just signed it over to his nephew and say, here, you can have your dad's stuff, and I don't want to be a part of this because I don't want to get sued. But
I can't believe he never brought it up. Hey man, they're suing me.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
And but here's the deal too. So
Sounds like
the
there's
son
something else
had
fucking weird going on there.
well, they're gonna go for it again. They thought that they at the end of the thing they said that they think they could win in appeals court, but they need 90 grand and that's the thing. Bob Ross's son. Look at all the crap that Bob Ross's face is on. He's gotten zero money from that. And as we talked about, the uncle signed away his 51%, but the son doesn't get his 49%. Like, where's like where did that just disappeared? I mean, I didn't see the contract. I don't know. I'm not a damn lawyer, but he was saying he can't even like put his name as like Stephen Ross because they might sue him.
They'll sue him for using the name Ross because that's they own Bob Ross's name now.
And I looked up. There's like 2 like defending the Kowalski's videos. Apparently they did. So in the documentary they say, well, we reached out to the Kowalskis. They did not respond. We wanted to get their side of the story. And at the very end, they show a letter that they sent, and it reads certain things. These are inaccurate. We think it's inaccurate and stuff like that. But they reached out to him at the beginning of the documentary. No response. Apparently the producers of the documentary tried to get him on there, but the Kowalskis wouldn't respond. And then they found out that the documentary was going to be released in the summer. The documentary was going to be released in the summer, and they reached out to them in May and said, "Oh yeah, we want to be a big part of this," or whatever like that. And it's like the movie's done, guys. Like, so they put the little part at the end, but it's like it's basically done.
It's gonna be like Making a Murderer. You're gonna have to fucking go back and tell the other fucking. Netflix is always fucking around like that.
I don't know. Is this gonna be like a new Carol Baskin sort of thing where you know what I mean? Like everybody's like, hey. F you! Like everybody hates them. We're not.
I fucking hope so, man. Taking advantage. My man's just a fucking sexual being.
Yeah,
and they're fucking totally taking advantage of him.
The other thing too is like the other underhanded stuff that they talk about in this is the paint company. For one, like they had this paint company that started making paint with Bob Ross's name on it and his image and all that. Bob Ross paints, and like. The paint company sponsored some other. They weren't landscape artists. They
PBS
were
painters.
Yeah, they were flower artists. They sponsored other people's shows and stuff too. And the Kowalskis said, "Hey, we want you to drop their show and drop sponsoring them at all, and drop them. Otherwise, we're going to drop you and get another paint company." And they're like, no. They were selling so much Bob Ross paint. They're like, oh hell no. So they just dropped these other people. And so these people that their job and their life thing was, hey, we teach people how to draw flowers. And it was a couple, and like they got canceled, and all of a sudden they're unemployed. You know what I mean? Like,
fucked up.
Yeah. That was the Kowalskis.
Yeah, the Kowalskis were their biggest customer, and then basically having your biggest customer say, "Hey, do this, or we're walking," is kind of a big deal. And they dropped that other couple. And there's even video they show on there of Jane, I believe it. No, Jane's his first wife. The Kowalski lady, Annette. Thank you. Like showing her painting videos, and it's a straight up copy of the PBS videos that these people were doing. Like straight up like
Oh,
That-
Very
that's
much
another
like-
some assistant or something.
well,
that
Annette-
was fucking like
Annette
forging shit.
later released a book, a painting book,
Mhm.
and the diagrams and the stuff was a ripoff of the flower lady, because I guess Annette was
That's
good at
fucked.
yeah, it was a ripoff of
Yeah.
the flower lady that she canceled.
That they
she
put out of
canceled
business.
them, yeah, and took over their business, and it was like, yeah, Annette from the Bob Ross show, paint flowers. You know, I was like, wow, this lady's gonna burn. They're gonna make a special place for this
Who
woman.
the fuck is gonna get to play
and the-
her in the fucking
Yeah.
movie about this shit?
The other thing too is that these painters, all these different painters, there's a whole bunch of different ones. They were all friends. It's very much like Ip Man.
Yeah.
Ip Man, all of the Sifus and all the teachers, they all respected each other and were all cool. That's how the painter community was, and everybody was cool. And there was different people had different shows with different styles. And Kowalski's just came in and just canceled people and just
Wreck
took
and
over
shop,
everything.
dude.
Yeah,
That's
it's
terrible.
crazy.
And-
People that were Bob Ross's friends that were his friends, like got
Mhm.
axed by them. Go ahead.
No, I thought it was pretty fair to at the beginning. They did, again, just like we were talking about with the earlier movies. They didn't villainize the Kowalskis. Like they weren't. They said, look, Annette, like Bob didn't want anything to do with business. Like he didn't want to deal with the business. He wanted to do the art. And she took care of that. And blah blah. Right. Well. Very. You know what? That's the most apt thing that you could say. But honestly, Dustin, that's one of the most apt things you could say about it, dude.
Yeah.
Like straight up. Like yeah. Like the artist wants to do the art, and then the businessman is just like, well, you know what? I know all these laws and all these special tricks, and just takes over. Wow, that's good job, Dustin. But yeah, like it wasn't like they just came out and were like, these people are fucking evil. They're destroying. Like it was like, okay, it was this good partnership. Everything was rolling. Here's some sketchy stuff going on here, and then like it was basically when he died when they were like, we're gonna like take the name, and he died of
Lymphoma.
basically lymphoma, and it's a lung cancer. And his son even says, like, hearing my dad scream at that time, he's like, it just didn't happen. Imagine Bob Ross screaming in general, but with lymphoma, with a lung cancer, like, and he's like on the phone screaming at these people, you will not have my name, like, and they got it. They won.
Crazy.
That
It's
sucks,
And
it's sad, man. It's very sad.
and Bob Ross's son is a really talented artist too.
Mhm.
He really wanted his son to like pick up the mantle.
He's
be
building
able,
them up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen
Yeah.
videos where he's like building them up. He wanted them.
Yeah, and when he was younger, he wasn't into it. But like most rebellious kids,
Yeah.
want to do what they
He even
want.
says
but-
he says I wanted to do my own thing, man. Blah blah blah. And that's yeah. Well,
But-
wait a minute, you were a young man once. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
But after his dad died, and all this stuff went down, it kind of destroyed him. He kind of turned into a hermit. And
That's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
craziness.
I celebrate Bob Ross. I think he's awesome. He's like has huge contributions other than painting. He was a huge animal lover, gave to
Mhm.
animal charities. I think he had a pet squirrel at one time. I don't know if
Yep.
this documentary
It's on-
talked about it.
It talks about
It's
But,
they do. Yeah.
Yeah, super cool. And at one point in time when he was on PBS, I think he donated a lot of his some of his paintings to that effect, to like charities and stuff like that. Just
Well,
highly involved in
in that-
charity. But maybe not with the Kowalskis. Maybe he thought he was giving to charity, and
Yeah.
they were like
happy little
making
squirrels.
it rain out the back.
but like you were saying, there is a point on that video where they talked to somebody who worked for Bob Ross International, and he said he specifically saw someone forging the Ross name on paintings. He's like
heard that.
because a lot of people can do Bob Ross's. He's like Bob Ross he taught a whole generation how to paint like him. He's like, so they would bring people in and have them paint, just like Bob. And he said he specifically saw somebody practicing signing Bob Ross's name in paint, and he was like, I got to get out of here. This is bad news. Like I got to run.
The other crazy thing that they said too is that they had all these different people that much like the karate, like you got the main guy, then you have instructors that are below you. They had all
Mhm.
these classes all over the place, and as soon as Bob Ross died and all that, like They said, okay, you're not. They made them all sign contracts. You're not allowed to say any other artist's name or use anybody else's paint products or all these things. If so, you'll be fired. And like just came down on everyone,
Holy
like
shit.
strict. And there was somebody in there that was like, I used to be in a communist country and have been imprisoned before, and this felt very much like that. The kind of hold that these people have on everyone involved with this company. It's like it's crazy. And
You're in
and
the gulag, bitch.
yeah, exactly. So it's pretty nuts. But
They kicked out a paying student. They kicked out a paying student for talking about the other people, the people, the flower people. Like
Yeah.
like she was like, "Oh, you should watch this show," and then somebody heard it and they were like, "Get out!" And she was like a paying student. She's
Like a
gone.
cult or something.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Dude, did they go into about how like there's like another dude that was sort of Bob Ross's mentor that he got some of the technique from? I think that somebody was
that's-
doing
he-
the joy of painting before
It-
Bob Ross took
It
over.
wasn't called that. It was an Italian guy who's I forgot his name, but he was a guy on TV, and Bob Ross saw that and was like, "Oh, this is cool," and kind of became a kind of a apprentice with him a little bit.
He had the wet
Well-
on wet technique first or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
and he even talks about like that's why Bob was kind of a soft spoken guy anyway, but that's why he specifically spoke in the way that he did, because he was like the other guy was so like
The
Mm.
boisterous and so
Yeah.
and he and Bob realized most of our viewers are women. He was like, I'm going to talk like this, and then they cut to a bunch of videos of Bob going, "Just make love to your canvas, yeah,
Fucking
just touch
genius.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just gently stroke your canvas."
Yeah,
like that.
definitely.
Like,
I think he's like
Gently stroke.
he was just
I think
charisma
he's
in a
sexual
bottle, you
being,
know.
and he was expressing
He was,
himself through,
yeah.
you know, wet on wet. You know what I'm saying?
And that technique is actually hundreds of years old. People have been doing that wet
Yeah.
on wet for a long time.
I'm not trying to say he like came in and like, you know, stole wet on wet. I'm
Yeah.
just saying he's like the dude with a giant afro that made it cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, guys at home, if you haven't seen the Bob Ross documentary, go check it out. It's pretty interesting. It's interesting enough that I watched it at about 4:35 in the morning. I thought maybe it would be an hour, and it turned out to be like an hour and a half. And I watched the whole thing. Like I never got bored.
That's awesome.
If you like Bob Ross, you'll dig that. Let's go. Let's move forward.
But if
go
you
ahead.
hate Bob Ross and you're looking for dirt, you're barking up the wrong tree.
You
Did it-
came to the
Like,
wrong
it's
place.
not-
Did it go into his being in the military?
No.
It did. Well, I talked
Very
about it. It didn't-
briefly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
that's super interesting.
It
mhm.
just shows his younger times. It also says that he permed his hair. That wasn't a natural fro. And they show some shots of him when he was younger
That was-
with like 50s looking like
Later on, he had
Elvis
a
hair.
wig as he started getting
That's
really sick.
yeah.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. And I remember that show when they said when they started showing the show whenever he had cancer and was doing the show for kids, and that's what he wanted to do all along. He really wanted to do a show for kids. But I was like, I remember that show.
So cool.
I'm old.
And what's funny is the Kowalskis didn't like him doing that show. They didn't like him going on
Right.
there because he looked sickly. They thought it was
Mhm.
bad for the brand for him to be going up there with a wig looking sickly, and they didn't want him doing that. And then also, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but when he died, they tried to keep it a secret because they didn't want people to know.
That's-
They
yeah.
wanted people to think he's still alive and keep buying his
Huh.
paint
Since it was
products.
so much
Sucks.
in syndication on PBS and stuff, they did not want people to know that he died.
So
like
he
only like 30 people were notified. Yeah.
only like 35 people were at his funeral. Nobody got told. And there was a lot of friends, the people that got interviewed in this show that were like, "Yeah, I would have loved to go to his funeral. Like he was my friend, you know." And
Yeah.
and it would have, if the world found out where the funeral, I mean, that place would have been packed. You know,
Right.
It's crazy.
I didn't even know he died. Honestly, like I mean,
I think-
I assumed he was dead by now, but
He'll
like
live on forever,
on it-
man.
Yeah,
He's
Yeah.
fucking awesome.
it's like they say about the second death. You have two deaths. One death is when you first die. The second death is the last time your name is said. And for my great-great-grandfather, I don't even know his name. You know,
Thanks for bringing the cloud.
yeah,
Jesus.
but there's
we
still
can fix
there-
that, Clint.
Yeah,
We can fix
yeah,
that.
we're gonna do it, but they're still saying Alexander the Great. His name still
Yeah.
gets said every day. You know what I mean? And so, like Bob Ross, they'll be talking about Bob Ross for a long, long time. So yeah. So if you like Bob Ross, go check out that Netflix series about Bob Ross. And Curtis, I am gonna have you do my
Family
history
tree?
family tree. Yes. Curtis likes family tree stuff. What's the name for that?
Genealogy?
Genealogy. Yeah.
Genealogy.
Yeah.
He's a genealogist.
Well,
a
if
genealogist.
you guys let's get in some other quick news real quick before we pull the plug on this thing.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys heard, but Netflix picks up Texas Chainsaw Massacre from legendary.
I have not heard of that. Talk about that, please.
Let's look. I haven't even read this, so I'm gonna just.
Damn, Clint.
Yeah.
Dropping that hot news.
Breaking
Hot
fucking
takes.
news.
Yeah. All right. The streaming giant has picked up global rights to the latest installment of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from Legendary Pictures. David Blue Garcia directed the horror movie, which shot last year in Bulgaria and is produced by filmmaker Fede
Alvarez.
Alvarez, yeah, there it is, and Rudolfo Sayagues via their Bad Hombre banner, as well as Kim Henkel. We don't need to know all these people. All right, the no offense, the original Chainsaw. Released in 1974, directed by Tobe Hooper, is considered one of the most influential horror movies of all time. It introduced the character of Leatherface, a member of a family of cannibals who is a hulking figure with a deformed face hidden by a skin of his victims. The character has been a constant in many sequels, prequels, and ancillary appearances in other media. Okay, and by the way, this all comes from the Hollywood Reporter. The cast includes Elsie Fisher, Sarah Yarkin, Jacob Lattimore, and Mo Dumford. He's from Vikings. Netflix and Legendary previously teamed up to release Enola Holmes.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see here. The movie debuted in 2020 and proved to be a hit for the streamer. The sequel is now in development. Okay, yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Well, that's it. It's just
Shit
basic.
happened in Bulgaria. People might have really died.
Yeah, it just gave a quick.
They really got chainsawed.
Yeah, they
So,
could.
no,
They
that's-
might have. Who knows? It's cheaper
That's
than
really
paying
interesting.
actors. Just kill real people.
No, just run over there. Run over there. Go around the corner.
What's sad is they probably, killed the real people, and then it got to Hollywood, and they were like, "That doesn't look real," and then cut
Yeah.
it and did special effects.
Just cut it really quick. Make it with the shaky camera.
Yeah.
Do the quick cuts.
Are you a fan of the of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Curtis?
So that's very interesting. I very much am, even though it has never had a good sequel. This supposedly, if I remember correctly, is a direct sequel to the first. So as we know, they did the remake, early 2000s, which was decent. And then that spawned a
Was
few
Jessica
sequels.
Biel in that one? Who was in the?
That's yes,
Yeah.
that's the Jessica Biel one. And then it spawned a few sequels. Then they did another reboot ish thing after that.
Y'all keep riffing
yet-
on Chainsaw Massacre. I'll be right back.
I was actually waiting for this. So it was
Uh-huh.
supposed to come in 2021. It was supposed to come to theaters. And I hadn't heard anything in a while. So I'm kind of glad it's kind of going
That's cool, man.
to Netflix. Yeah. I mean,
I'm a huge
like,
fan too.
oh, yeah. Did you ever see the Matthew McConaughey
Oh
one?
fuck yeah, man! I actually like that one. I like
I
that one
like
fine.
it
Where he's
too.
got the hydraulic leg.
Yes.
I thought he did all right, man. I mean, the script wasn't like you
Well,
know,
of course, yeah, of course
but
not.
he
Like it
he
was
sold it to me. I thought it was cool. I like the Dennis Hopper. I like the Dennis Hopper
Oh, yeah.
in that one, right? And I like the
No,
one
no, no.
where
No, that's part two with Dennis Hopper.
I like.
Yeah.
Is it the one with the guy where he scratches his scalp and eats it?
Yep. Yeah,
I like that
That's
one.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Actually,
Yeah.
so
That's the only other one done by Tobe Hooper.
yeah,
by
I
the
like
original
that one.
guy.
I
Yeah.
backed that one, and that one actually scared the shit out of me because I felt like that one. I'm from I'm born in Houston, but I kind of really grew up around Central Texas,
Right.
and and I went to middle school and elementary school in Belton, and I felt like some of the people I knew and some of the surrounding areas, like that shit could have maybe happened. Like they could have maybe had a chili cook-off or a barbecue fucking place. And I've actually seen like roadside empty places that looked like that
If you
weird
go-
sprawling thing that
It,
they do all the chases through.
if we don't have all Texas fans here, like there are places you can go in Texas to where that is a very that could be a true movie real quick, like just spatially and all kind of other things.
Yeah. Two scared the shit out of me. I was younger.
Yes.
I mean, Phantasm scared the shit out of me. I watched it again and it didn't like scare me or hold up. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an awesome movie on its own right.
Of course.
But it wasn't like, I was like, I thought,
Like,
I had to turn on the lights because I thought
hey.
I was going to turn the light on. There's a ball flying down my
Oh,
hallway.
Phantasm was
You know what I
scary,
mean?
dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Don't watch it again. It's not the same.
there's actually a restaurant there's a restaurant for that is inside the house of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't know if it's the original house or if it's one of the remake houses, but it's not too far from Austin. It's
and they were doing, and I know that makes sense because I know that Alamo was doing screenings at the original house.
Yeah.
I mean, this was years ago, but that it was one of those Alamo, like, you pay extra and like you can go and you go to the house and you actually watch the movie in that house.
Yikes.
So like I am, hopefully it's very good. Hopefully it's going to be, I don't have high hopes for it, honestly, just because I've seen the others. I ended up loving the others, or a lot of them. But hopefully it's, let's be honest, I'm going to hate it and then I'll probably end up loving it.
Let's be honest, I'm going to hate it.
No matter how good it is, I'm going to hate it when I first see it. I'm like, yeah, well, that was garbage. And then be like, well, you know what? Rewatch it and be like, yeah, okay, all right, I like it. That's just the way love goes.
Yeah. Wait, what did you guys?
What did I miss? Some good chainsaw stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking about Alamo was showing screenings of the movie at the house, which is pretty cool.
That's super cool.
That's kind of like they do where you can watch Jaws in the lake,
Yeah.
and then they would pay scuba divers to go around and mess with people while they're in the water, which is crazy.
I back that.
That's a good way to get kicked in the face.
Dude, I do real estate, and like I still, when I have to go to some remote, weird old house, like there's some places near Lago Vista, like up in kind of the hills, where it's like brushy, crappy, like cedar trees, where I'll go, and it's like kind of a distressed property. This is back before things were really banging in real estate, like maybe 2 years ago. And I'll walk through these houses, and there'll be some kind of weird, like kind of almost like hidden room kind of thing, and I'll be like, dude, some shit is gonna jump out. Like my horror movie Texas Chainsaw Massacre muscles are on like high alert. You know what I mean? Like this is the part where like the thing comes back and
Well, and that's the thing. Like Texas, it's like we talked about it a while back. Like it's one of those places that's so big. The only other movie that I've seen do it this well is like we've talked about, like being trapped in a small place is scary. Okay, that's scary. But being able to run anywhere and they're still going to find you. Like it's just the only other movie that I've seen do that well is Wolf Creek. If you haven't seen that, it's great.
Oh, dude, that is really good.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, that
and
is
it's
really
like
good.
it's like run to your heart's content. Just fucking run.
Well,
Go
that's
ahead.
what you and I said. That's what's scary about Friday the 13th.
Like,
just
yeah.
taking the time to kick your ass.
Yeah,
Just take my time. Just go where you want.
Well, guys, I got some other news.
Dude, you got some hot takes tonight, Clint.
Yeah.
Hit me with something. Really good.
The Expendables returning for Lionsgate with Sylvester Stallone, Jason Statham, Dolph Lundgren, Megan Fox.
Go for it.
Megan Fox.
Yeah, she's an old hag now, so she's going to be in fucking Expendables.
That's a terrible thing to say. Megan, if you
Come
hear
at-
this,
come at
that
me,
was
Machine Gun.
Dustin. It wasn't me.
Come at me, Machine Gun Kelly. Whatever.
Megan, if you hear this, just retire and put Gina Davis in
Yeah.
it. We want to see more Gina.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
The long
Gina
kiss goodnight,
Davis in the
baby.
I
Expendables.
want to see Long Kiss
The
Goodnight.
long kiss
Gina
goodnight,
Davis.
baby.
Dude, you know,
Let's
you know
fucking do it.
Gina Davis is actually an Olympic caliber archer. She's like a real life, like one of the world's best archers.
My
She's
past broker's wife was Gina Davis's personal assistant, and she says
Wow.
that she is an awesome, awesome person. From like just salt of the earth person.
I
So,
believe it.
That was great. That's always great to hear. You know, you like
Right.
somebody's work and stuff, but to hear about that is like,
yeah, that's cool. Well, if you're Sylvester Stallone, who else do you want to have Rambo's bow and to have your back? You know what
Right.
I mean? Is
Right.
Gina Davis? You're like one of the world's
yeah.
amazing archers shooting rocket. She's perfect. So
Hell
or
yeah.
Megan Silver Fox. You know, either way.
coming back together for the Elite Mercenaries feature are the franchise stars Jason Statham, Dolph Lundgren, Randy Couture,
Fuck
Sylvester
yeah, Randy
Stallone, who will all reprise their roles as
Hey, go
Lee
for it.
Christmas, Gunnar Jensen, Toll Road, and Barney Ross, respectively. In addition, Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Yeah, 50
snap.
Cent. Hell yeah. Megan Fox, Tony Jaa,
Tony Jaa, all right.
yeah,
Oh shit.
are joining in this fourth quel. Lionsgate will release the pick in U.S., Canada, the U.K. Through 3 movies. The Expendables series has grossed $804 million at the global box office. The film will begin production this fall and is being directed by Scott Waugh from a screenplay by Spencer Cohen with revisions by Max Adams and Joseph Connolly. Okay, a bunch more names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joseph Connolly punching up the script.
Yeah. The new Expendables installment is produced by Statham, Kevin King Templeton, and Les Weldon, Yariv Jeffrey Greenstein, Jonathan Younger. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, it's a bunch of industry stuff. I got this from an industry mag called Deadline. So, that's exciting. We got
Super exciting. I'm excited
50
about.
Cent?
Very exciting.
I'm excited about Megan Fox. She's totally a gilf.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm excited about Tony Jaa. He's totally
Rad. Yeah.
Yeah.
milk. I mean,
Yeah.
milk. I'd fuck Tony Jaa. Let's
Yeah,
just say
totally.
it like that.
Oh boy.
But no,
Tony
honestly,
Jaa's
Dolph.
the raid guy, right?
That's Ong Bak. Was he in the raid?
Oh, that's.
If you haven't
No,
seen
he's Ung Bak. He's
Yeah,
Ung
he's
Bak.
Ung Bak.
He's Ung Bak. Yeah, he's badass.
I want to say like Ung Bak was one of those movies that was like, I don't know. Ip Man came before Ung Bak, right?
It's about the same time, I feel like, but
Ung Bak fucked me
maybe.
Ung
up.
Bak was
Because-
2003.
Ung Bak fucked me up so bad because it was so different. The type of
Mhm.
fighting was so different, and the stunts.
It's all elbows and
were
knees, man.
So
It's all
different that I just like. It,
I-
like
I rem-
messed me up.
I remember seeing that in the theater and being
Yeah.
like,
What?
"What is happening?"
Yeah, when he jumps through the
the
Yeah,
barbed
yeah,
wire.
yeah.
Yeah, that was badass.
Oh shit.
And well, and I've seen the sequels. I remember he saves an elephant in one of them.
Yeah.
I can't remember. But it
The
they're
Protector, right?
yeah. Yes, but I'm not. It's been forever. Now I'm gonna go watch Ong Bak. So
Yeah, man.
uh,
That fucked me up bad. Seeing Ung Bak was like, oh shit.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
like humans can do that shit. Like, and that's the thing. He does his own stunts, just like Jackie
Jackie
Chan.
Chan. Yeah.
I
Like,
mean-
he
Yeah.
crazy shit. I would say that in the Expendables, I'm glad that Dolph Lundgren got a resurgence.
Me too.
His movies didn't make me as happy, but his character in the Expendables ended up becoming one of my favorite characters in that series. Like in the first one, he's just kind of there. He's a big dumb guy.
You didn't like Ivan Drago?
No. Of course I did.
Okay.
But I'm saying
Oh,
the character in the
I was about to
Expendables.
kick you off the stream.
But
If he dies, he dies.
but in the Expendables, like the first movie, he's just kind of there. He ends up being the heel, or like he screws over his team because he's a druggie, and then like as it progresses, he becomes such a better character. Like I ended up liking him. He became one of my favorite characters in the Expendable series.
Can somebody out there with like super badass script writing skills do the vehicle for Randy Couture that he deserves? Because he is like a tour de force. You know, he could be like he could like rule like the second tier like action movie. You know, kind of like he could do what Batista does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, what was the movie Batista did where it's like all in one, like sort of like one camera, like the camera goes with them. It's like a sort of like shit hits the fan movie. They're in like New York or something, and he's like ex special forces or some
Stuber?
shit.
I don't know.
Stuber?
I don't know which
Not
one.
Stuber. Stuber's badass, but
I haven't seen Stuber. I want to.
Did you say MacGruber?
MacGruber. No, Stuber, dude. Stuber was a great movie. Stuber's hilarious.
I didn't see Stuber.
Who's the actor that's from Silicon Valley? He plays like a Uber driver, and it was like, you want candy? I got candy. What kind of music do you want to listen to? Plays like a real
Carl Weathers. Carl Weathers.
No, man.
Oh boy. You want candy? I don't know who you're talking
Oh
about.
man. Yeah, he's like the dude from the dude from Silicon Valley, the Indian guy that's like
Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers is not an Indian guy, but that's badass.
And
I'm colorblind. I mean, is Carl Weathers Indian? I don't know.
if he feels like he is,
Yeah.
which
He can play an Indian guy. Carl Weathers can do anything he wants. He's a tour de
That's
force
right.
acting talent.
that's that is right. And can we get some Carl Weathers in the Expendables? I want to see that.
Yeah, what the fuck,
No
man?
shit. That's a good point.
Why isn't that happening?
That's a good point. Carl Weathers needs to be in. He should have been in every single. He was in.
He's Action
he's in
Jackson,
every-
man.
Yeah.
He's Action Jack, and I've been waiting. We got to fit that in somewhere. I've been
To
waiting
me,
for it.
also the Predator like bro shake.
Mm-hmm.
That is like got to be the greatest bro moment of any
Yeah.
movie that's ever like.
Like, think about it. Like, of all the people that were in the Expendables, Carl Weathers was the only one that was in Arnold movies and Stallone movies.
Fucking A.
You know, like
That
Yeah.
shit seems on purpose to me. Now I'm pretty
Like-
suspect.
But what do you mean on
shit.
purpose? So,
Like, is there some Carl Weathers falling out? Is there some drama there that we don't know about?
I don't know.
And you know, while we're on the topic,
Right?
well,
I mean,
on
how
a
can you miss that shit?
let's tangent this. What I want to see, so we all know Sly's been going down the rabbit hole with he's done Creed 1 and 2, and
Uh-huh.
he's like with his Rocky movies. I want to see the Ballad of Clubber Lane.
Ooh,
like,
damn. I want to see
every-
that as a streaming thing. I want to see that as a
Yeah.
serialized.
Like what? So every other Rocky, major opponent got like a revenge story or something like that.
That's right.
Even Ivan Drago comes back in
Yeah.
Creed 2.
That's right.
Like what happened to Clubber Lang? Like, I want to know what happened to him. Like, what did he just like go down and out, or like there should be like a whole thing like
It
the
should be
Ballad
like
of Clubber
a
Lang,
Cobra
like
Kai. It should be a Cobra Kai thing.
straight up
Where they turn
like,
him into like the hero, like,
yeah.
And then we need a Thunderlips spinoff. What happened to Thunderlips?
What happened to Thunderlips is Thor is about to play his ass. It's gonna be pretty badass. Seriously.
I know.
Chris
No.
Helmsworth is about to play Hulk
Play
Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
in a like what
In a
Yeah,
movie.
in a
biopic?
In a biopic. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He is jacked.
He is
bro.
jacked.
He's
He's-
ready
he-
to. He's
yeah.
ready to run out there and like.
They shave his head every time.
I mean, he's probably younger Hulk. You know what I mean? It's probably like Faded Glory. It's probably like Faded Glory, brother.
The ultimate male versus the ultimate
What-
meatball.
Here's what's funny. When I was a kid, I was like, I wish I had hair like that, like where it was all bald up here and
Yeah.
like long in the back. Like
I
was
did
like,
too, and now I
God,
do.
why can't?
Yeah, I was like, I wish I could grow a
No.
skullet, and all my dreams are coming true.
It's awesome. Well, let's see if I got any other news.
Fuck, that's badass, Clint. You should do this for a living.
Yeah, man. Did y'all hear about Mission Impossible 7 COVID shutdowns?
I heard it's badass, like a la Christian Bale
Yeah.
style rant. That
well,
was awesome.
Well, check it. Well, now, basically, I read this article and it's convoluted, but what it boils down to is they had several shutdowns that they had to. I think up to how many? I don't know how many times they've start stop because people keep testing positive, and they lose a lot of money. It's really expensive. Every time that happens, it's super expensive. It's just hemorrhaging money. And so they tried to file some claims with their insurance. Every movie has insurance for these things.
Yeah.
$100 million policy, and they don't want to pay them. The insurance company's like, we're not paying you. And they pretty much, I think they're trying to say like, hey, that first time where you shut down and that's your claim. You don't get to include them all. But I think they're saying it's like, no, this is the COVID situation. This isn't just like one weekend, or whatever.
They need to do that shit
Right.
for the one thing. They need to set that precedent so every fucking filmmaker doesn't come and like sink the economy of the fucking world by being like, this was going to be a $500 billion trillion movie.
Well, what about insurance companies that are not wanting to pay because and we have that every day. Insurance companies say, we're not covering that. We're not going to cover that.
It's true.
Fuck those guys. They're taking all of our money. That's what I say.
I don't know the ethics of it, but it seems like that system would get gamed super fast.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only you're talking about these movies that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make. And it's just one claim for
right.
And
what I want to know is who's following this series? Like, I don't like. Are y'all follow the series?
Mission Impossible?
Yeah,
that series is badass.
I haven't seen the last two. You're right, Curtis.
I don't want to see Tom Cruise as an action hero. I just don't. Like,
dude, they're awesome.
I've given him a shot, but it's like
I'll watch him.
What about Jack Reacher? Did you not watch Jack Reacher?
No, I didn't watch.
Those movies are
that,
badass.
Is that a Tom?
Curtis is
that a Tom? Is that a Tom Cruise movie?
Dude, those movies are badass.
Okay.
Stick to Jerry Maguire, nerd. Tom Cruise.
We've talked. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're a little guy or not. If you know how to fight, we all know Tom Cruise doesn't know how to fight.
Yeah.
Like, and he's like this little guy, and it's like I don't want to like.
He's got like shoe.
I don't want to watch that action movie. Like,
he's
you're jumping out of shit.
And,
like, I've given it a shot. I've tried it, but it's like I really don't care.
Like
Tom
breaking
Cruise
his leg and shit to make these movies. I mean, I back that. He's like trying.
Yeah,
dude,
great.
the guy. Man, you're wrong. The dude.
Okay,
the dude does his own stunts. He does okay. He jumped
it's
up on.
Still not believable though.
Look, and in wuxia is believable. You got people dancing on water. That's believable. But you're gonna bag on. He's doing the same. He's doing crazy shit. He's doing it himself, and he doesn't have to do that. He could. He's one of the top stars in the world. He could have some stunt man lookalike, wearing a helmet so you don't see him on the motorcycle or whatever. But no, he does the stunts. And yes, he jumped on Oprah's couch and acted weird a couple of years ago.
I backed that.
But
I'm not mad at him for that.
But like, everybody was like, "Ew,
even
he went
before
crazy."
that.
Yeah, who cares?
No, I don't even care that he went crazy. Honestly, like because crazy people are tough to fight. Like it's just like I just see it and I'm like, he's not an action star. I don't know where this came from. I don't know. Like,
did you see Edge of Tomorrow? Did you see that movie?
No, because it has Tom Cruise in it.
It was
like,
badass.
I'm not gonna
I
go
like
see
that you're this Tom Cruise foil, bro.
Jack Reacher was a badass action movie. Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah. All of the.
I believe Matt Damon as an action star more than I believe Tom Cruise is an action star.
Fuck yeah, Matt Damon.
Dude, you're wrong.
Hey,
you're wrong.
I do think in Collateral, is it Collateral that he plays the kind of assassin with Jamie Foxx, and he's like.
It is, yeah. No, wait, I think you're right. Yeah.
It's Collateral because Collateral Damage is the.
That's the Arnold movie.
Yeah, the Arnold movie.
But they're solid, dude. The
gun handling in Collateral is legit.
They're not as solid as 007 movies. You know what I mean?
Which is taking forever to come out. Also,
yeah.
What the fuck's up with that?
But they're
wait. Is Tom Cruise the next 007?
No,
fuck
dude.
Yeah, Curtis.
You know what?
He's not.
I got to go set something on fire right quick.
He doesn't need to.
Hold on.
He's
He
playing a
doesn't need to
British-
be. He doesn't need to be 007 because he's in freaking Mission Impossible.
Yeah. I
I
want to
just
see him.
don't get it.
I want him to reprise his Maverick role for sure.
Dude, Edge of Tomorrow, super badass
Yeah,
movie.
it's good.
Super badass movie.
What about the Mummy though?
No, not so much on
What
the Mummy.
about
I
that,
didn't
though?
watch that.
What about that though?
I didn't watch the Mummy. I don't do the Mummy.
I loved him in
though?
Legend.
Where the at
In
though?
Legend,
Fuck yeah, Legend.
he was. Yeah, Legend was great.
That was only like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Like literally.
I
Tim
just-
Kerr
I-
is the
Literally 40 years
devil.
ago.
Fucking badass.
Yep. I'm telling you, dude. It's I'm not telling you to go watch all the Mission Impossibles, but just watch Jack Reacher, and you'll enjoy yourself. That's all I'm saying.
I'll give it a shot. I mean, like I said, I tried the Mission Impossibles, but I can't get over it. I don't know what it is. It's some mental block. Like
I like it when Ving Rhames was in it. I kind of feel like people keep needing to give that guy a job.
I mean, it's kind of like
Back him. I just want him to do well.
I want him in
Keep
more
giving
as
him
well.
A job, damn it.
Yeah, like-
Let him be the friend.
I mean, you probably feel about that the way I feel about the Charlie's Angels movies. You know what I mean? If I saw another Charlie's Angels coming out, I'd be like, I don't know. If I see a Ocean's 11, I'm going to see, or Ocean's 15 or Ocean's 25, whatever. I'm going to go see all of those. But
I enjoyed all of those.
yeah, but
They're not. That's what I mean. They're not like action stars. Like that's and again, I am very much an Arnold Sly. Like my action stars need to be larger than life, and then you got Tom Cruise going, "Hey, I'm gonna kick you in the shin."
Well,
like
he is a good actor, and like, let's be
he's
honest.
a very good actor.
I will keep going to see Liam Neeson's old ass as long as you can like make him like an animatronic, like I am Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson pulls it off though.
Yeah, he
And here's the thing. Here's the thing though. But Patrick Swayze was about the same size as Tom Cruise, and he could fucking pull it off. Like
Yeah.
the Swayze could do it.
fucking sway.
Tom
to
Cruise
me-
pulls it off.
Does anybody
I
else think
don't-
Theo Vaughn is like the reincarnation of Patrick Swayze? You know what I'm talking about?
No,
that
man.
actor? Yeah, dude.
Come on.
I think I'm looking for paternity tests.
Who is Theo Vaughn?
Theo Vaughn's this badass comedian from Louisiana that has a fucking Patrick Swayze mullet. Exactly. He has a road. He looks like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. Like went to town on some lady from New Orleans, and there's a
Patrick
Patrick
Swayze's a
Swayze
Texan.
Jr. floating
It's
around.
not that
out there
far.
somewhere.
Patrick Swayze's a Texan. It's not that far. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to besmirch the love between Patrick Swayze and Mrs. Patrick Swayze.
Blasphemy.
Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough. He was
Yeah.
an honorable man.
Can we like fucking take a moment to say how badass Patrick Swayze is? He's like if you cross Fred Astaire with like
Fred Asparagus?
Fred Astaire, the dancing ability of Fred Astaire with like John Wayne.
Gorilla Monsoon.
John Wayne
Yeah.
and Fred Astaire, you get a Patrick Swayze. Man's man,
Yes.
kick anybody's ass, maybe with a little Charles Bronson sprinkled in there. Like Rob Lowe told this story on Joe Rogan, where like he was up till like 4 o'clock in the morning, like during like some movie that they were doing. I think The Outsiders or some shit, like doing song demos and push-ups. And he's like,
Tom Cruise ain't doing that shit.
no. And like Rob Lowe's like, he's the most intense person I've ever met in my life.
Who is Patrick Swayze?
Patrick Swayze. He's a musician. He's a dancer. He's an equestrian. He's a martial artist. He's a tour de force acting talent. He's the voice of our
That's what I'm saying.
generation.
When Patrick Swayze, I mean, and he wasn't a big dude, but when he whooped somebody's ass, it was like, well, Patrick Swayze just gets
Yeah.
shit out of him.
I'll
When
believe
Tom
that.
Cruise does it, it's like, all right, okay.
All right,
it's
mijo.
just it's
Yeah.
just a movie.
Yeah,
All right,
mijo.
mijo. It's just- I don't.
Yeah.
It's and that's a me thing. I will readily admit that's a me thing. I just can't take him seriously as an action star. He is a phenomenal actor in tons of other movies.
Yeah, my favorite
I
of his
just-
movies is Jerry Maguire by far.
Me
That's
too.
that's
Me
his
too.
that's the best of his.
Does Tom Cruise ever have a movie where he surfs? Because Patrick Swayze does.
Fuck yeah, he does.
You
He
gotta
out surfer dudes. Fucking John Wick. he
Fucking
is able
A,
to
he does.
He's like
Fucking
oh, your whole thing
John
is
Wick
being a
shoots
surfer,
the gun
dude.
up in the air so you can
Like-
fucking surf off into the sunset.
You guys, you'll have to excuse Dustin. He's crazy for Swayze.
God, I was crazy for Swayze.
If you didn't know that.
You kidding me?
And if you're not, just go watch. Join the club.
Yeah.
It's a spectacular club.
Curtis, have you ever heard this story? One time, our friends, these guys who are in a band called Something
I'm glad you're
Corporate.
bringing this up.
Yeah,
Tell it.
a band called Something Corporate. They were too young to buy beer. I think they were probably like 19, 20 at the time. And they were in the Southern California, LA-ish area, somewhere Southern California area at a supermarket trying to find a person who's old enough to buy them beer. And they're in the parking lot and they're like looking around for somebody, and up walks Patrick Swayze. And they're like, whoa. And they're like, hey, Swayze. Yeah? And he's like, will you buy us some beer? And he was like, okay. And they gave him money, and he's like, yeah, we're over at that Jeep at the in the back of the parking lot. Okay, cool. I'll bring it out to you guys. Badass. Okay, cool. So Swayze comes out a little bit later with beer. Goes, here you go, guys. Have fun. Don't get in any trouble or whatever. And so they're like, dude, Swayze, you want to come to the beach with us? And we're gonna do a bonfire. It's gonna and he's like, yeah, I'm sure. Why not? And they're like, really? He's like, yeah. I mean, I'm not doing anything. Let's go. It sounds like fun. Bonfire sounds cool. So they're like, okay. And he's like, hey, look, why don't you ride with me? Got one of the guys, why don't you ride with me so you can give me directions? Because they started giving him directions. We're like 3 exits or whatever. So they get on and they go onto the beach with Patrick Swayze. And the whole ride there, I think it was Clutch, the bass player for Something Corporate that rode with him. I might be misremembering because we heard this story a long time ago. But they said that the whole time he started talking with Swayze, and he was like, yeah, okay, do Bodie. And then he would be like, blah, blah, blah. He would get in a character and he would do Bodie. And then he would be like, okay, do Miho. I can't think of it from, Roadhouse. Dalton. Yeah. And he'd be like, okay. And then he'd be like, be nice until it's time not to be nice. And then like they got out there and drinking beer by the campfire, and they would name characters. He would get into character and do the character. And finally he's like, all right, guys, this is great. I gotta run, man. You guys have a good time, man. And it was nice to meet you guys. He starts walking off and they're like, do it. Swayze, do it! And he turns around and he says, nobody puts baby in the corner. And they're like, yeah! And everybody went crazy. Look, yeah, so it was pretty awesome. Which told me that Patrick Swayze is a pretty damn cool dude. Like, you get a bunch of college age kids out there and having a bonfire, and he's like, why not? Let's go. And it just seems like a great guy. From what they told us, like, these were our friends. We toured with these guys for like 7 weeks. They were in another band called Something Corporate, and they told us this story, and it stuck with me because it really like kind of painted a picture of
humanized him.
Yeah, humanized him, the kind of dude that he was.
That's the Texan for you, baby.
Yeah,
and he was also in Next of Kin with Liam Neeson.
That's right.
Which I am still mad at my parents because we were going to the movies, and going to the movies when I was a kid was a big deal. Like, it happened twice a year or something. Mm-hmm. And we saw, I don't know what the fuck we saw, but I was like, oh my God, Next of Kin's out. Let's go see Next of Kin. And they were like, no, that's not happening.
Did Tom Cruise shoot a bow in a movie? Because Patrick Swayze did.
Did Tom Cruise do a Chippendale dance on Saturday Night Live with
Chris Farley?
Chris Farley.
Did Tom Cruise write a top 10 pop music hit? Because Patrick Wayne Swayze did.
So did Eddie Murphy.
We ain't talking about Eddie Murphy.
I believe Eddie Murphy in an action movie.
Yep.
You got any news on that?
Beverly Hills Cop
4.
Yeah, they're working on it. We talked about that last week.
Yeah, pretty badass. I was just setting you up. You're like, God, that's an old news.
Segueing for old news. Yeah, let's see here. Time's it. Well, I mean, man, we're approaching 11. Curtis, is this getting too close to your bedtime?
Which an hour?
N-
Close to my
next week
bedtime.
on Swayze Chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Swayze.
Yeah. We're at 2 hours and 30 minutes, so this is definitely a long form podcast, but we're having fun, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely having fun.
Where else can you find Swayze? Not
Yeah.
at Tom Cruise's house.
And just to remind everyone, guys, like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, what the hell are you waiting for? Subscribe. We're on every Tuesday night at 8 p.m., and we'll be talking about fun stuff every week and having a good time. So if you haven't subscribed, do that. And this sends a notification. I try to put the streaming thing out early, so you get a notification early in the day, and it lets you know, oh yeah, you're at the grocery store, and you're like, oh, these guys are coming on in like 5 or 6 hours, and it gives you enough time to get settled and watch the show and have fun with us. And
that's how you can tell us when we're wrong, like why I'm wrong about Tom Cruise, or when we're wrong about this or that or the other, and what you want to see. Like you get on there, you subscribe, you let us know what you want to talk about, what you want us to talk about, and we'll get it on there.
Yeah. And leave comments, because if you catch us live, you could be in the chat right now and telling Curtis that Curtis is wrong about Tom Cruise. You know what I mean? You could let him know why he's wrong, and that
don't sing
there
it.
are a
Just
lot
bring
of
it.
there are a lot of good action movies that Tom Cruise is in, and Curtis just is not as cultured as some of us. You could be telling him all that stuff right now.
Along those lines, besides Mission Impossible, what's a good action movie by
Jack
Tom Cruise?
Reacher.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow. They're
It's
all
like-
Edge of Tomorrow is badass, and it has Emily Blunt in it.
It's like a
Sci-fi.
Well, I'll watch anything for Emily Blunt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sci-fi. It's a sci-fi Groundhog Day.
I almost didn't watch it because what was that movie he was in where he might be like
He might be.
he might actually be on Earth. There's like something where he's like the last man on a
Did it come out right around the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was 2 sci-fi movies that came out real close to each other, but the other one was good. It just wasn't. It was just way more laid back.
It just wasn't.
No, that
good
was a
enough for
Matt
me to
Damon
remember.
movie. There was a Matt Damon movie. Is it? Wasn't it? They came
No.
out right at the same.
Dude, the Matt Damon movie Elysium that came out was bad.
Yeah.
It's made from
Oh, I
the
gotta
guy
check
that
that
did
out.
District 9 and
Oh man.
a South African director. Forget
Right.
his name. He was supposed to do an Alien movie too. I heard that on Rogan. His concept for the Alien movie is going to be badass.
You're talking about.
But yeah, that Elysium is like the beginning of Elysium's got to be one of the coolest dark future.
Oblivion is
Oblivion,
that Oblivion?
probably,
That's what
yeah.
it is.
But I think it had 2 titles as well, because the Tom Cruise movie had 2 titles. Like it wasn't doing well, and then they changed the title because now it's known as Live, Die, Repeat. The one y'all were talking about.
Edge of Tomorrow?
Edge of Tomorrow is based on, I think, a book or something that was called Live, Die, Repeat.
Oh, got it.
Is
got
what-
it, got it.
And so, like, it wasn't doing well, and then they changed the title. And then I think Elysium was the same idea. Like it wasn't doing well, and then they changed the title.
I think Tom Cruise as a bad guy is like always going to hit. Like Tom Cruise plays an intense, good. Like he does have acting chops.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. He is a very good actor. Like
Yeah.
I think somebody mentioned Magnolia earlier, and it's like
Ooh,
act-
yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
He's so
it's
good in that.
unbelievable.
The change,
Like,
the change
yeah.
when he's being interviewed.
And
to, like,
and Tropic Thunder,
oh yeah,
like he is like
Les Grossman.
like
Yeah, he's badass.
it just like he's a very good actor. It's just for some reason I can't accept him as
Yeah,
In the year Oblivion, in the year 2077, Jack Harper, who's Tom Cruise, works as a security repairman on an Earth left empty and devastated after a war with the aliens. Jack has 2 weeks left before his mission ends, and he joins his fellow survivors on a faraway colony. However, Jack's concept of reality comes crashing down after he rescues a beautiful stranger from a downed spacecraft. The woman's arrival triggers a chain of events that culminates in Jack's nearly single-handed battle to save mankind.
Emily Blunt was in that one too. Just kidding.
Yeah. You want to hear? You want to hear? You want to hear the Jack Reacher? Oh, what about Minority Report? That was a good movie too.
That was pretty good.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. When Earth, and then you got Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
When Earth falls under attack from invincible aliens, no military unit in the world is able to beat them. Major William Cage, who is Tom Cruise, an officer who has never seen combat, is assigned to a suicide mission. Killed within moments, Cage finds himself thrown into a time loop in which he relives the same brutal fight and his death over and over again. However, Cage's fighting skills improve with each encore, bringing him and a comrade, Emily Blunt, even closer to defeating the aliens. So that's why it's live, die, repeat. It's almost like a video game where you have it's like they do the up, down, left, right, BA select start thing, and then they just keep doing it until they get it right.
That sounds cool, but Arnold would have beat him the first time. So like, why even make the movie? Like, come on.
Is there a new modern action star that you like, Curtis? We'll maybe have this as the last thing.
That's a good question. So I do like The Rock when he does action, but I'm kind of getting tired of The Rock. Not to be mean or anything like that. Like I honestly prefer him in like. So here's the deal: when he first came out and he did action movies, I was like, yes, and
Like
then
The Rundown.
he did so. Yeah, and I really like that's one of my favorite movies. Like honestly, like I really enjoy that movie. It's an action comedy. It's great. And then he started doing like kids movies, and I was like, why is he doing these kid movies? You need to do more action movies. And then he started doing some action movies, and they're good. But now I'm like, he needs to do more kids movies. Like it's just I don't know. Like it's
like
it's
Skyscraper. Did you see Skyscraper?
No.
Yeah, I didn't want to see that either.
No. Like that's like hey, some guys just like I know The Rock can be in anything and it's gonna sell, but he doesn't need to be in everything.
Right.
Like he's not Sam Jackson who can sell snakes on a plane. Like like there's some things he needs to like walk away from.
What about like Fresh Blood, like Michael B. Jordan?
Yes, I've loved both Creed movies. I thought they were great. I thought they were very well done. Anything else he's been in? I recognize him when I see him, but
the Tom Clancy movie on Amazon is
Great weapon handling.
It's called it's not Contempt. It's
No Remorse.
No Remorse.
Yeah.
They should have had remorse for making that movie. They should have a lot of remorse. They're like I was like, golly, and he was good. He was good. It just was like a poorly done movie. It's really weird how Amazon and Netflix do that. They get a face in their movie that they pay probably a chunk of money so that people stop and watch it, but they make like a
B movie
with an A star.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always do that, and I'm like, it pisses me off. Like, if you're gonna get the guy, make a good movie. Like, shit.
You know who I want to see in more action movies actually is John Krasinski.
Yeah,
Jim from The Office.
Oh yeah.
Once he was in, like, I want to see him in like I know he does the
Tom Clancy's.
but
Jack
I want to see him like
Jack. He's great. He's great in Jack Ryan. So
He's
like,
but I want to see him like in like some real like when I first. So apparently he was in the running for Captain America at the very beginning, and I was like, Jim from The Office. Like, what are you fucking kidding me? Like that's ridiculous. But now I'm like after I saw him in 13 days or whatever, or 13 hours, I was like, I was like, this guy's pretty badass, and I've seen him in some other stuff, and like I want to see him do more action stuff. Apparently he's in the running for Mr. Fantastic, which would be good.
That's fan casting. They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
they fucking should.
According to Emily Blunt, his wife,
you can't trust that source.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to do it. She I mean, unless they're just doing a real good cover up, because she's like, yeah, and I'm not really interested in doing comic book movies at all. Like I don't like the genre at all.
Mhm.
Like I'm over it. She's like the world. She went on to say like, it's oversaturated. There's too many comic books.
I
Stuff
don't
out
think
there.
it is yet, though. I mean,
That's just what she said. And so and
and
like I don't feel like she would have talked that much smack and pissing off the fandom. You know what I mean? She would have just said, "Nah, don't, I'm not
I feel like you
doing
can
that."
have a shitload more comic book movies, and here's why: you could do westerns for fucking ever.
yep,
You know what I mean? And they
and
did.
yep,
So here's a genre that people like.
that's
It's
a good point.
escapism. It's
Wait,
escapism, just like westerns was. It's an unrealistic hero and an unrealistic situation, just like westerns were. They have a formula, and it's fine. People like it, and if you latch onto that genre, I say fucking run with it till people don't want to see it anymore, and then keep doing it a little longer.
I'll
You-
watch it forever
Yeah,
as
me
long as
too.
it's not Jupiter's Legacy.
you know what I want
I
to see? So I'm
I like to bag on that show.
that's Clint's favorite talking point, and I'm gonna watch it just so I can tell you how fucking awesome it is.
Do it. You're gonna watch Jupiter's Legacy, but you're not gonna watch Jack Reacher.
Nope. Does Jupiter wait? Is Tom Cruise in
No.
Jupiter's Legacy?
No.
No.
Well, then we're fine.
But,
we are fucking golden.
Dude, I'm telling you, if you watch Jack Reacher, you will be like, dude, this guy's badass. It's awesome. He's very much a Captain America kind of a dude.
So my guy for action into the near future that I like to see on the horizon is Chris Pratt. He's about to take over and bought all the rights to Jack Carr's books, which are really awesome, like the Terminal List. It's like basically a Navy SEAL, his platoon gets blown up and there's a cover up and stuff, and there's all kinds of it's similar. It's like if Arnold Schwarzenegger produced Tom Clancy movies. It's like
But-
accessible for like the everyman, and it has badass action sequences in it. And he's gonna be James Reese, the character in the Navy SEAL thing. And he's gone through all this training and shit. The weapon handling is gonna be badass, and it's gonna be it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be every bit as good as like the thing that
Tom Clancy stuff.
Tom Clancy stuff.
I would honestly agree with you, but I've never seen him in a truly, not even dramatic, but non-comedic role. You know what I mean? Like,
Didn't you watch the Tomorrow War or whatever movie he just did on
I did.
no,
Amazon?
I didn't.
I watched
Yeah,
that.
it was
I liked
good. It was solid. I
That's
think that's a good setup actually for that.
Yeah, he was also in The Passengers with Jennifer, whatever, and that.
Yeah,
that
but he was kind of a
mess.
douchey creeper kind of a dude in that. But Tomorrow War, he plays a guy that goes to save the world and his daughter, and he's a family man and a military guy. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't sound like too much of a stretch from going off to do some Jack Carr novel type stuff.
And I could really see him pulling it off, but I have never seen it before. Like, and I will watch Tomorrow War now, but
Watch it today, Curtis, not tomorrow.
With him. And honestly, like
Today
there
War.
there is fatigue with him, and I really think it goes back to Infinity War. Like for Marvel, for Marvel fans, it's like this fucking guy. He screwed up everything for everybody.
Yeah. I think I'll go so far as to say I think he's the next kind of takes the mantle of like what Kurt Russell does.
That's a big deal.
And
you know what you're saying, sir? Do you know what you're saying?
And I'm a huge Kurt Russell. Like, my friend once
The
said,
man is not in the grave yet.
Yeah,
he's not even in his.
My friend once said that if I ever had a kid, his name would be Kurt Russell Jr., and then my second kid would be Kurt Russell Jr. Because I'm like such a big fan. But I think that he has the acting chops. He has the comedy chops. He's in, what was it? Was it Hateful Eight that he was in, the Tarantino? Or what was the movie he was in where he was in a Western? with everybody, and he did really well too.
I don't remember.
Crap.
Hateful Eight, Magnificent Seven.
Maybe it was Magnificent Seven. I just sound like a fucking know-nothing douchebag now that I am. Just outed myself in the interwebs. But yeah,
That's all right.
I think he's you know, he could do that. Like
I
fill
think he
that
can.
kind of spot. You know what I mean?
I definitely
Maybe
think
not
he can.
Maybe not Tombstone level.
Kurt
'cause
Russell,
That's a
yeah,
whole
yeah.
mother level.
That's fucking.
Yeah.
That could be a whole show.
Oh man, we should do that. We should really do a Western versus, like maybe Unforgiven
we could do-
versus Tombstone or something like that.
I actually never saw Wyatt Earp because once I saw Tombstone, I was like, "Why am I going to go see that?" Like,
Yeah,
like,
fucking
I remember
Wyatt Earp. Yeah,
they
just
came
on
in, so
principle,
we could
I've
do
never
that.
seen it.
We could do that versus, but like at the same time, like I was like, "Well, fucking Tombstone was so badass." Like
So
why even watch it?
Tombstone's good, and supposedly Kurt Russell actually directed that. He had some ghost director that they didn't reveal that Kurt Russell did most of the directing until that director passed away. But supposedly he did most of the directing and did a bunch of rewrites on the script of that movie, Tombstone. So I think it is a direct competitor against Unforgiven, which Clint Eastwood wrote and directed.
Oh, okay, we could do that.
And I mean, if you put the character, I forget the name of the character, but that, what the hell is the name of his friend in Tombstone? What's the character's name?
Doc Holliday.
No, not. I'm sorry, in Unforgiven. Like we ain't going up to Wyoming to
Oh,
shoot kids.
Morgan
these days.
Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
I
Yeah.
forget the character's name.
Yeah.
But put him.
You just use your hand.
Yeah. Just use your hand. Put him against Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday. You know what I mean? The kind of the foil that
I could see
they
that.
play. And then the bad guys are really great too. Like, there's Johnny Ringo and the other dude. And then in Tombstone, like the Gene Hackman's fucking bad guy character that he plays, and English Bill and stuff like that. Fucking some really good characters.
Oh, God, and Tombstone is.
Yeah,
I need to rewatch Unforgiven. I definitely remember
best westerns I've ever seen.
It is.
I'm a huge western fan,
and I am too. And like I'm kind of miss them, but you know what I was thinking? Like honestly, they need to do like a western style film. Not, of course, it's called a western, but like in a Muslim nation or something like that. Like in a because that's the Wild West now. And like I'm not to be rude if I'm offending anyone. I'm sorry, but in present day, after the dust settles Afghanistan or whatever is going on, like that's the Wild West now. Like they could make their heroes, their stories be told, and we would all appreciate the hell out of it. Or I know I would.
Like this isn't ethnically correct, but a Bedouin
right
style character.
Yeah, it's the
like
same
blown across the sand
archetypes,
kind of like
yes.
the Sergio Leone type thing, where this mysterious character just shows up.
And it's like, and a lot of westerns, like we talked about with martial arts earlier,
super
like
interesting, Curtis. That's
some
like,
shit, some shit goes down, and you know what? Vengeance is necessary. Therefore, here's a movie, and it's like you can do that, and it's like it's a way for them to cross culturally come out, come over to us, like Asian culture. We just spend a whole hour talking about it, and it came over. And like there are fans of it. There, it's part of our culture now. Like,
I mean,
that's the thing. They are the Wild West now. Like, we don't have it anymore.
It's
like,
magical.
and it's real to them.
It's magical too when you can get a filmmaker that can kind of pull out that and capture that feeling, like kind of how like Danny Boyle did in Slumdog Millionaire, where you're like, I wasn't really exposed to that culture at all. But and I don't know how culturally accurate it was because my ignorance to it, but it pulled me in to something that I would never have like stumbled upon myself.
Yeah, and I want to learn more about it. And like like
they could
it's like it doesn't. That. Yeah, it doesn't have to be our way, but it's like like that's the prototype. That's you have the Wild West right there. Like, they're run with it, make some good movies. And here's Bob Ross.
Hey.
Look at that little tree. Isn't he a happy little friend?
Look at that James guy.
What are we talking about? Westerns?
Yeah, they're talking about
man.
westerns.
Actually,
Westerns
Curtis-
and
So I got a new thing though.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, dude.
Sorry. Wanted to know what your favorite westerns were.
What are your favorite?
Well, Curtis and I were talking about the juxtaposing Unforgiven against Tombstone.
Tombstone's got my bet, but I love Unforgiven also.
Yeah.
But Tombstone is my favorite western ever. But
Two different movies though. One's like a Hollywood tentpole. The other is like a very small, introspective character redemption arc. Right.
That's a good analysis of Unforgiven. Absolutely.
Outlaw Josie Wells is pretty legit too.
Yeah.
oh damn it, Clint.
Dude,
Damn it,
310
Clint.
to Yuma, Australian.
I still need to see that.
Yeah,
Christian
it's a good
Bale.
Australian.
It's
Western.
good. It's good.
Yeah,
Some
well,
of
it's
the
good.
Australian westerns are super awesome. If somebody says Quigley Down Under, I'm like, freak out.
Have you watched
What?
Mr. In Between? Speaking of Australian shows. Oh, definitely check that out, Dustin. It's awesome.
Oh, check it out. Yeah. I
Hang
like
'em
the
High
Aussies.
is
I
great.
like the Kiwis a lot too. I think
Mhm.
I think if you were like to do the hierarchy of of comedic accents to me, it would be British would be strong on every single it would be honorable mention in every single category.
Now,
But to me,
wait.
Kiwi
Do
accent
you mean
is funniest.
do you mean British or do you mean British?
Well, it would
Are you
almost be
talking
like
British
Southern.
or Cockney?
Yeah, exactly. Or I did believe it or not, I have a theater background. I'm a super nerd. This is before I got into music. I thought I wanted to do theater, and I did
don't believe
Noel
it.
Coward, Blythe Spirit, and I actually went to diction and vocal and dialect lessons and stuff like that. So I learned a couple of the different the closer you get to Wales, the difference in the accents and the northern versus southern, and southern is the kind of newscaster, the kind of non when you get an American accent that doesn't have an accent, that's like the southern newscaster British
Mhm.
accent or whatever. But I just like the Kiwis. Australian accent is like a funnier English accent to American ears, but the Kiwi accent is are you just fucking with me? Do you guys really talk like that? Fly of the Conchords is that's some of
Yeah.
the best shit. Period.
Yeah. The weirdest one is the Canadians though. The Canadians.
Oh, I love that. I'm a huge Kids in the Hall.
I'm just kidding. He's Canadian.
Yeah.
He's from Canada.
What are you
Dude.
talking about?
Dude, Kids in the
Just
Hall is
But you said it correctly. You said about.
a
not
boot.
the
boot.
A boot.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
Yeah,
what?
not
the
all
Brown
Canadians
Hoos.
speak like that. Kids in the Hall is coming out with new episodes on Amazon, eh?
I'm stoked. Yeah.
Yeah. And have you seen The Wrong Guy?
The what?
The
The
wrong guy.
No.
Dave Foley. He plays
Oh my
this
God.
guy who's accused of being a hitman, and
I
Colin
gotta-
Fiore is the hitman, and he follows him around, tries to get rid of him. But
Wait, what's
have
the
you have you
character name?
seen?
Is it Francesca Fiore? Is that what you said?
No, it's his name is Enema Bag Jones.
Okay.
That's the character's name. It's hilarious.
weird.
But have you guys seen Appaloosa with Ed Harris and Viggo Mortensen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Love it. That's a great.
amazing.
Yeah, that's a great.
That's a really good movie, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my favorite Western is Magnificent Seven because it's so much fun and cheesy. But
The
also
OG or
there's
the remake?
The OG. Fuck
like
the
them both.
remake.
But yeah.
And then have you guys seen any Sabata films with Yul Brynner?
Yeah. All the Yul
Yeah.
Brynner stuff is really badass.
That's all I
Well, one of my
wanted to say.
one of my favorites growing up was Silverado, and I think it was a TV movie or something like that.
Dude, that was a
But
great movie.
I owned it on
Kevin
DVD. I
Kline.
loved it.
Kevin
it
Kline
was
is
so
great in that
good.
movie. He shot his dog.
What about they call me Trinity?
Spoilers.
Anybody seen They Call Me Trinity?
I haven't seen that one.
That's an old one.
I
That's
gotta
the
look that up.
that's the same guy that did that was the Super Fuzz. They had the
Mm.
the
Are you kidding me?
Remember
I love
Superfuzz?
Superfuzz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that guy, but it was a Western with him in it.
Nice.
I don't even remember. They call me Trinity. This is like early '80s.
That's
I
badass.
So-
tried to watch The Wild Bunch for the first time a couple
really
weeks
good.
ago. I couldn't get into it, and I'm a huge Western fan, and I like all those. I just like the first half an hour I watched, and then I was just like, I don't know, I wasn't in the mood or something.
hmm
So yeah.
So, James,
yo,
as a Western fan, so what I was telling Dustin, I don't know if you heard, but like honestly, to me, like I think that certain like Middle Eastern countries should take over the Western genre. Like that's the West, that's the Wild West now. Of course, the connotation of Western and all this stuff like that. But like they could write those movies and take those archetypes and put them in there and spread that culture like gangbusters. What do you think?
yes,
In
but
the
it's
spirit
not
of the Western, like
in the spirit of the Western, but the whole the Wild Wild West and that kind of culture doesn't really mesh well with their culture. If you know
It
what I
would-
mean.
No,
I would
well,
love
but
to.
no,
I would love to
that would
see.
be
I would love to
that would be
see,
the idea though. That it's this meshing is it because let's be honest, how many fucking millennials have seen Westerns? How many Westerns have come out in the last 20 years? 2,
Yeah.
5?
Yeah, well, yeah.
As
The
a kid-
Westerns.
You just
they're
got to
not
call
that
them
good when they
Easterns.
come out.
as a kid, yeah, totally. I was waiting for that, Clint. Like,
I'm not
there's a
saying
big
change
drum
a
roll.
genre, but like it could be a good mixing point. It could be a good they
I
could
know
get
Bollywood
their-
does that already with
Kinda.
westerns. What I would
Well,
really
yeah.
like to what I would really like to see is more. See, I used to when I went to film school, I met this guy named Hassan, and he was like 38 years old. I was 20, big spiky hair, red cargo pants, stuff like that, and we became instant best friends. He used to drive limousines, so he'd pick me up in his limo to go to film school and stuff.
That's bad.
And then he got me a job dispatching, and I dispatched with Iranians, Iraqians, Palestinians, one Canadian, and Hassan was from Lebanese. He died, by the way. God rest his soul. I really miss him. But I'm fascinated by the Middle East and Middle East culture. So when even like how the U.S. has been involved in the Middle East, I don't want to get too political, but I really like
No.
shows like that, and I like it when the shows portray the characters properly over in the Middle East.
Right.
So you're onto something, Curtis. There is something
we
that
we
they
have
could do.
our portrayal of them, but we don't.
Well,
That's
a
what I
lot of
mean.
good
With other
Middle
cultures,
Eastern films out there. There's a lot of good Middle Eastern films
Yeah.
out there, and a lot of good
well,
independent
that may be
films
true,
too.
but I haven't seen them. I mean,
No,
like
but
that. That's what I mean.
They do
like,
need a genre where they can
break through. Yeah.
capitalize on their culture and their stories. I agree with that.
It's
I
funny
don't
you
know.
said
It would have to be a
Lebanon.
twist. Why? What's up?
It's such a beautiful area, and it's very Mediterranean. Like people don't conceptualize Lebanon because they think of it in the Middle East. It looks more like Greece or something like that, or
Yes.
parts of Italy, and that would be the perfect setting for something like a Sergio Leone type thing. I mean, you're like
Exactly.
mountains and olive trees, and the mountain drastically all of a sudden comes down to the ocean. Like it's beautiful, beautiful country. And it's like, I mean, if you go from like Asia proper going west to where you hit like the continent of Africa, and then south and the north up, it's like there's so many different regions, and each region has its almost like set piece. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And
Like
it's,
their own little biodomes.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
great. That part of the world's always really intrigued me, and the man that was like my mentor business wise in real estate is Lebanese from Lebanon, but he studied in France, like went to school in France, and then was worked with the United Arab Emirates, and then by that way went to Houston to work for the Emirates in Houston, and then got into hospitality, and then got into real estate, and he did really well in real estate. But culturally, to expose me to that, I was like, wow, I just didn't, coming off of being a musician and touring, I understood how different people could be from region to region, but really opened my eyes to like the difference, how radically different just a couple miles makes from like Lebanon to like Israel and all that stuff, and then
So what
the
you're saying,
Persians across the way.
what you're saying is, for in a small area, you have a bunch of different biodomes. It'd be great. You could shoot all kinds of different scenes in TV shows and stuff if
And
you were,
what
or
would
if
you
you
do with
if you were to
that?
make a movie like
yeah,
that.
and what would you do with that? And like,
Well,
yeah,
they do that. Like, American films do that, like the Jack Ryan show
Yeah,
for Amazon. They
yeah.
did that a lot, and even like the older '70s and '80s films, they've done that. Like I just watched. It's not really a West; it's a war film, but Dogs of War with Christopher Walken and Tom
I love
Berenger.
the Dogs of War.
Yeah, they did that a lot too. They actually filmed that in Belize. But did you pick up any Arabic or Farsi? Because I used to speak it pretty fluently, but then now all I remember is how to say airport, which is mata, and the swear words.
So I know how to write 5 in Farsi, and gorbe, I think, is cat.
Okay.
But I can't. I don't really remember. I had my parents' best friend. He was Persian, and then his wife was Saudi. So it's like a weird. It's like a weird, like I Love Lucy culture
Yeah.
clash in their house or whatever. But yeah, I was like, now Michelle speaks like Arabic. But
Hey.
yeah, I didn't pick up any. I'm sorry, dude. I'm like totally like.
Yeah. Also, make sure not to out any of your friends that don't want to be mentioned on
Yeah.
the air.
Oh yeah.
So James,
Yeah, I
did
do
you
that. I do that, by the way, James.
Yeah.
James, did you ever learn how to say beer in Arabic? Because I used to know how to say beer in several languages. Did you ever learn how to say beer? Order a beer at a bar?
I think I did at one point. It was more of the black liquor that that they drink a lot. It's kind of like it's not really like a Zambuca, but it's like a really strong wine. I can't remember the name of that. That stuff was crazy. So
That is crazy. Anybody excited to see Why the Last Man? That's coming out soon.
I am. I'm super. I've been waiting for this
It has
for
been
years.
13 years since the beloved comic book series Why the Last Man stopped being published back in 2008. Now it's going to be out on September 13th.
if they don't mess up Brian K. Vaughan's source material, I'm all
Yeah.
down for it. It's been through so many iterations, so I'm kind of scared that we're gonna get a blender, like a hodgepodge of stuff.
I tried to run this down for Clint the other
who-
day. Can you give a brief history of the iterations and what productions and holding it's been in and stuff like that?
Who's producing it now?
I got no idea.
I forgot. I'm
I
like
think
so
isn't it
crunk-
Amazon?
I'm so
or is it
crunk for
Netflix?
this. It's like
Here, let's-
Let me look it up.
There, I'm looking at
Because that's a DC
according
property, isn't
to
it?
some it's a Hulu thing. It looks like according
But
to
it,
Marca.com.
yeah, it was like not image, but it was,
Now the long-awaited series adaptation is set to be over as streaming network. Hulu announced that the hit comic book will arrive September 13th, following on
FX.
from
Yeah.
DC Comics. Yeah, it's a FX popular series by
It's a
blah blah
DC
blah.
The
It's a
teaser
DC,
just dropped now.
if it's FX, then that means Disney owns it, right?
Have you guys seen the teaser?
I
No,
Yeah.
there's a trailer for it. I haven't
saw
seen
the
it.
trailer. It's badass. Yeah, it looks good. It
That's
because
Diane
FX
Lane.
has done like Black Sails and stuff like that. I think they'll be able to do it on a grand scale and be kind of gory. I think this could be the next Walking Dead.
But see, some stuff
I
break
like
out
want
that.
thing.
some more Atlanta from FX. I want some more Donald Glover.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about Donald Glover. I'd like to see him in anything.
Yeah, he's
Get your
fantastic.
fantastic.
Donald Glover on. See, stuff like that always worries me because it's not. It's been it's been 10 years since I read it, or more. That's not an action-driven comic. It's not it's a very cerebral comic. It's
So is
you
Legion.
had-
Legion
Yeah.
has been on FX,
Yeah.
and it's kind of like that.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
That was so good. But I don't want it to be the next Walking Dead. I don't want like 10 minutes of action and like 40 minutes of people talking in a barn and then
Of
10 minutes more
exposition,
action.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can get away with it with some shows like when it's like Bosch on Amazon Prime is amazing.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
LA noir detective stories.
Oh
but
yeah, I love Bosch.
that was done properly. But if you if you have that formula where it's like action exposition for 40 minutes,
And if
then
you're
action-
advertising it as a comic book property, people are
Yeah.
going to come in expecting, something else.
yeah,
Yep.
you have to, yeah, it's all in the advertising too.
I'm
so.
stoked too, and how much the comic actually moves from different continents and jumps around and stuff like that. They have the possibility of being really dynamic with the storytelling.
Yeah, like
It
if
could
they
be really
shoot
cool.
if they shoot in Lebanon, they can just move all over Lebanon.
Well, I'm just like, Amazon is doing that really well. Like, I don't know, did you guys see that show called 000? Came out in 2019. It was
check it
about the drug trade from Calabria, Italy to like Mexico and then to the US. And it was kind of like traffic that way. But Amazon has very worldly shows, and they take advantage of a lot of the tax benefits from that.
Mhm.
I think a lot of studios should. I mean, a lot of people crap on the Amazon movies, but the Amazon TV series I'm finding are so much better than Netflix.
Mm.
You know,
So you're saying that Amazon needs to make my Middle East Western movie?
go to Bollywood, Curtis. Just go to Bollywood.
Yeah.
No, we are like we
That
are
was
we
a
are
joke. man.
thoroughly familiar with Bollywood, though, man.
Yeah.
Like that's what I mean. I want to see. I want them to do their own spin, because I did a whole project on old boy. Have you seen Old Boy?
Yeah,
James?
absolutely.
Yeah, the original.
Did
or
you
the
see
remake?
the original and the
Yeah.
remake? Have you seen the remake?
Yep.
Have you seen Zindu, the Bollywood remake?
No, I haven't watched that one yet.
I watched all three of these movies. I loved Old Boy
It's
from the
actually
beginning.
in my playlist, to be honest with you.
It's worth a watch, I guess. But
Mm.
it's amazing what culturally they do with these, and it's you can watch them and be like, this is the same fucking movie, but what they do culturally different with it. And that's what I mean. I want them to do their cultural thing. It doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. I might be like, this is fucking garbage, but like to me, that seems like a perfect transition. It's a perfect open door. There might be Middle Eastern superheroes that exist that I don't know about, and they could jump into that. But like to me, that seems like the open door for them. And since we were just talking about like, there's not a lot of westerns out there. Like, get us something in the door. I don't know. So I'm sorry if I'm beating a dead horse.
No, it's all right.
No, I'm just looking. There's a western called Time Out Bahrain. It was released on in 2015.
Huh.
It was a Middle Eastern film.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll look it up. But like they have such a different history and culture that it would be hard to adapt the Western. But I can see it. I know what you're
And
talking
are you
about.
and Curtis? Are you trying to say like you want to see cowboy hats over there, or do you want to see
No,
their version? You
no,
want to see
their-
people?
I want
the
to see
people
very much their, because like we talked about earlier, like so westerns are very much like most of the westerns are very much like a martial arts movie. Some shit goes down and vengeance must be taken, and that's the movie, and you follow it through. Okay, and they can do it their way, but that's like we don't have an old west over here anymore. Like it's just it's just a bunch of people being crazy. If
It's
it
almost
is
unrelatable.
like so
Some
they
people.
but they deal with that, and there are other parts of the
People
world
in
that
Texas think it's still the Old West over there, don't they?
yes they do, but then they go to jail.
I don't know,
hopefully.
Curtis. If you've never been to Bed Bath and Beyond in Cedar Park, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. Fucking
It's the Wild Wild West.
Old West. You start
Fair
you
enough.
start
People
trying to
out
buy one of
here
those Arctic Breeze, and it's
Yeah.
the last one, and you start fighting
Get
over.
off my shower massager.
That's right.
I need
I know.
justice.
I know people here in Western Canada think it's the Old West. That's for sure. There will be blood. They're just after all the oil.
Yeah. I'm
Oh, well.
an oil
But no,
man.
I'll think on that a bit more, Curtis. I
It's
can see I
interesting.
can see the adaptation. So what I really want to see is a renaissance for spaghetti westerns from Italy.
Yeah, I was saying in the
Well,
lens of the Sergio Leone type thing, like a mysterious
Mm.
character blows into town. You have these set pieces that are actually a
Exactly.
character in and
Yeah.
of itself.
And the
No,
world
that's-
itself is
that's-
a character too.
Exactly
Just like
my
Why
point.
the
Like
Last Man. I think
Yeah. Come full
There
circle
is-
for Clint.
No, I just know Dustin loved that comic, and so he's like, man, he was really fired up about them making this show, and I was like, is it real? I didn't ever read that, so I was like, is it that good? He's like, dude, it's great.
it's
Well, after
conceptually.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Unfortunately, there are a few things that have come out that have primed. So it's like not such a crazy concept, But when they wrote the comic, it was like there hadn't been anything
Yeah.
like it. Like, what if every male mammal died within an hour just randomly one day?
Except York and his monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except this, and then what would a world like that look like? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And in the comic,
Well, it
There-
wouldn't be Raining Men anymore.
No.
It would not be Raining Men.
hallelujah.
Where's the Rimshot soundtrack?
Yeah. It was raining men because all those airplanes were falling out of the sky. They just weren't alive. It's raining dead men.
It's raining dead men.
Yeah. It's like Slayer, raining blood.
The problem with the adaptations now is I'm a bit wary after because I love Preacher and I love The
Oh,
Boys.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
Preacher was a
Gotcha.
good series, but you have to understand that it's not going to be exactly like the graphic novel.
Right.
Why the Last Man? I love that series, and same with Invincible. I mean, the cartoon is absolutely. I'm curious what they're gonna do with the live action. But what the boys?
Are they doing live
They
action?
take their the boys, they took their own route on the source material, and they do the same thing with Preacher. So I'm hoping they won't stray too far from the source material on
Right.
Why the Last Man, because it's perfectly set up to be able to follow that through.
Right.
You know, there's not like a huge fat pope, right, that falls out of an airplane and kills 5 of his guys.
Right.
You know, like in Preacher, but there's some funny moments in Why the Last Man too.
Oh, yeah,
And
there's some great-
out there stuff.
You know, dudes like him having to wear dresses and stuff and sneak by, and you know but it's really cool. Like some of the quick way society restructures is extremely interesting, and I think it would be interesting to people. And if the writing is as good,
Is good, yeah.
yeah,
Hell
the
yeah.
characters are compelling.
I gotta go reread it.
Curtis,
I
how
was
you holding up,
reading-
man?
Go ahead.
I'm golden, baby.
You good?
What,
Yeah,
what was
I
that?
gotta reread it.
Last
Was-
week he was he had to work the next morning and he was tired. We went super late that night. So.
Yeah,
What
as
was that
long-
new graphic novel with Brian K. Vaughan that came out, and it's like a space opera kind of, and it comes out like let me look it up. It comes out like it's called Saga. Yeah, I got really into Saga for for about a year. I got all caught up to like issue 42 or something, and then when they release issues, they're like every 3 months, so you lose interest. That would, if you guys haven't read that, I would definitely suggest reading that, and
Okay.
that would be very, very interesting to adapt to a episodic series for sure.
Cool.
I wonder why they never did a Sergeant Rock
They've tried.
movie.
They've tried. Yeah, and he's coming. He will be coming. So in the MCU for sure.
It's pretty cool because it's kind of a dark property.
Joe Kubert.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
but so okay, so that's what's interesting as well. Is at the same time, so westerns were, I mean, they had their heyday, before our time. Let's be honest. And then they released some good ones. They came back and they released some good ones. And then like our westerns were like World War II stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's like World War II movies and stuff like they're everywhere, and anything and everything is. So what's like going to be the new western? What is going to be?
Sometimes you don't.
Mandalorian.
Sometimes there is
Boom.
no new thing, and it's just
Sometimes there's
things die out in the past.
Well, people were saying that superhero movies were the new westerns, but I think Marvel and
Kinda
then
interesting.
even DC
Interesting
afterwards, they turned it on its head because they incorporate so many different genres into them now, right? Like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier was the Winter Soldier was like a 70s spy film. But yeah, I don't know what the next.
Actually, the
Western genre will be,
Mandalorian
but
is the Mandalorian's the closest
it's a
thing
western.
I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
Curtis talked about like what's the next genre that's going to like take its place, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
And Bobby
And that
says,
was-
I did say before our time. And Bobby says, "Speak for yourself." So I am speaking for myself, and I do love westerns. I'm not saying, but they definitely had their heyday before our time. Like
Hey,
they
Bobby.
they were everywhere before our time.
I'm gonna say Jane Austen type serialized thing will be the next Western.
Curtis, we gotta
Swing the
get
pendulum completely in the other direction.
Curtis. We need to get Bobby in here right now. You want to get
I
Bobby
don't
in
know.
here?
Get her in here, dude. I gotta.
Yeah.
Why are you asking me?
Get her. I got.
Oh, sorry, Clint.
I can have
I'm
two
so
more.
happy.
I got two more screens. I can have two more people. Let's wake Edward up. I'll
It's
put
just-
him on here too.
It's
you
just
guys-
too many Bakers. Yeah, get Edward's ass up.
Did you guys like the properties like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies? I appreciate
I did.
that.
I really did. The
like
book, the movie was all right, but the book definitely
is,
like
was blew my
so
mind.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, it blew my mind. I'm like, how did you do that?
And I was like, I gotta do. I was like, I gotta do that. Like he didn't
Yeah.
even have to write his own book. He's
Yeah.
just gonna like.
That is so. That
Put
was
zombies in it.
that literally blew my mind to be able to take somebody else's work and just turn it into like
Well, and that's the thing. There are so many public domain things out there that are.
Fuck, why aren't we doing that right now? We
I don't know.
We could be already making a movie.
Okay, turn it off. Let's make a movie. But there's so many like amazing public domain things out there, and that's honestly why Journey to the Center of the Earth and the one with the Rock, the sequel. Shit.
Have you guys
Journey
ever seen
2
DOA,
exists.
DOA?
Dead or Alive from 1950, 51 or not? Yeah.
Ooh, Young Guns, Dead or Alive. Remember Young Guns?
Dude, that should be your bit. Whatever we do, however far out we go, you just fucking dumb
Pull you
it,
back with
just
Young
dumb
Guns.
it down. What about the character study of Chavez E. Chavez? If you think about it.
We played Young
Young
Guns when I was a
Charlie
kid.
Sheen juxtaposed
and-
against.
What do you guys think of Lonesome Dove?
I liked
You guys
Lonesome
ever
Dove
watched
for
that
the
series?
time. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it
haven't
was
watched
good.
it, and I don't know if it holds up, but
It
What's-
does. I watched it a few years ago, and it's Robert Duvall and Tommy Lee
Mhm.
Jones, right?
Yeah.
So
fucking good.
What's the show that everybody loves? That's got. I'm having a brain fart. Kevin Costner.
Carl Weathers.
No, Kevin Costner.
Waterworld.
No, it's a fucking
Postman?
series. It's a series that's out. Everybody is
oh, is it new?
Oh,
Or is it the old one?
Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
How was that?
the
That's on my
ride or
list.
die dudes in Yellowstone, the guy that goes around branding everybody.
I haven't seen it, but
That's
I heard it's really good.
There's some character writing in that it's like they wrote a cool new type of character. Interesting.
Roberta Bobby Anderson says Lonesome Dove is my
Her
favorite.
favor'd. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
She can't make it right now, but she loves the show, she says.
Well, look, I have a. Where'd it go? Oh, I have I even got this ready for her. Whenever she can
Oh,
make
awesome.
it.
Bobby.
Bobby's cool as shit. You know, I met her like over 10 years or almost 15 years ago playing Animal Crossing on the Nintendo Wii.
Wow.
And we've been like best friends since.
That's bad.
That's a good friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna go visit her.
I got you saved in here, so next time you when you pop on, Bobby, I'll be able to throw your name up real fast.
I want to hear her stories growing up in California during the whole Son of Sam and
Ooh, yeah.
and the Manson killers.
Oh wow.
Killings. Yeah.
My
She
mom
grew up
was
right
once
in
on a
Once Upon a Time in
bus.
Hollywood.
My mom was once on a bus that had to be evacuated because they thought it was a Zodiac killer target or whatever. She grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh wow.
Interesting. Yeah.
It bums me out that they canceled that Netflix series about the FBI profilers.
Oh, it was good.
What's the damn show called?
FBI profilers.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mhm.
It's what is that damn movie show called? I think I'm tired because my brain is
Action
stumped.
Jackson.
Action
I
Jackson.
hate all of y'all.
Mindhunter.
Mindhunter. There it is. Yeah.
But if you go to small screen, there's exclusive news on season 3 coming.
Really
Yes.
sweet.
Badass.
Yeah,
So I just
that show, all of them were good. Just seeing how they developed forensics, like they invented profiling and all. The shows were badass.
I need to watch that.
You've never seen that show, that series?
No.
Dude, it is. All of them are good. Even the side. What's the guy? The guy that did all the movies. Man, I'm having to say what's the guy
Clive
on
Owen.
every single thing.
Carl Weathers.
God damn it,
Dude. How long have we been
Schwarzenegger.
going? Maybe we just like got to the end of your tape.
I think I ran
and
out of tape.
the machine has
I
to
have loops.
I was surprised when I got back with
the-
Mando. You guys are still on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the guy from Avatar, the main guy from Avatar that somehow
the
got a
dude
hold.
that was in the terrible Terminator
James
movie.
Cameron.
No, that guy. Yeah,
Yes.
he got all these badass roles one year, and then he just disappeared.
Yeah, Man on a Ledge.
What
He
the
wasn't good. He wasn't good in any of them.
What's his
Like,
Oh,
name?
he's a great actor.
The Clash of the Titans remake that
Stephen Lang.
Yes,
That's the Clash of the Titans guy.
he's in the. They do another Mindhunter that's a sidebar. It's almost like a spinoff, and he plays a guy that develops. Basically, he's studying the writings and stuff from the serial killer, and he figures out like this guy, based on the way he chose to write this sentence, is probably from the Midwest.
he's a cunning
Based on
linguist.
this, the way he did things, he used an old style of writing for this. He's probably over this age, and like they put all these clues together to narrow down where the killer was from based on the notes that he was writing. And it was like, and his boss, just like all of them, this new pioneer, like the boss always thinks they're crazy, and they always discount everything they do, and like on the first Mindhunter, the guy's like, look, this guy, his mom abused him. He tortured animals as a child. Blah blah blah. I'm noticing a pattern he's like, a pattern. The pattern is all these guys are a bunch of sickos, and you're. I'm starting to wonder about you because you're wanting to interview these guys, and like things that we all know because we watch crime shows about people that like, hey, if you're a kid that likes to torture animals, you probably got some problems, and your parents should pay attention to that. Like, these guys discovered those similarities by interviewing all of these serial killers and stuff, and
Dude,
it's really
Was it
One of
interesting.
the best ones.
Murtaugh, I've got the commissioner up my ass. You
Yeah,
better.
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude.
And at the end, they were right, and they invented a whole style of like profiling and stuff. What were you gonna
The
say?
best one's the Unabomber.
Yeah,
The Unabomber one, he's like,
I'm trying not to spoil too much because James hadn't seen it. Yeah, and like
I'm not very good at this
and
stuff,
they're
James.
and they're really worth seeing, and this guy does not like spoilers at all.
Yeah,
So-
but it's fair game if I just come into a stream and you guys have all seen it.
I know, but we just kind of
I didn't
stumbled on
ruin it because you know that it's about the Unabomber or whatever.
I
but
didn't
the
know what
way-
it was about.
The
I
way
didn't know it
he
was
figures it out, the way he figures it out is like brilliant.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa.
Oh, thanks, Dustin.
When he-
you just
Thanks.
when he
ruined it for me.
finds the poop on the stick, when he
Yeah.
finds
Oh,
it, it's
yeah.
When
amazing.
he's like, hey, when he pees on the stick, it turns this color. It's a new thing in
I-
forensics.
Give me
Okay.
some spaghetti and meatballs.
I did hear that that I have not seen Manifest, but apparently Netflix is saving Manifest.
Yes,
and people are all about that.
Is that
They're
good,
like, oh
guys?
my god,
it's good.
Because
Like,
I
I watched
can't
the
take
first
Prince
episode and I
Charming
was just like,
seriously in a
eh.
different role.
It's been
He was on once. I
Right.
saw him as Prince Charming on once, and I'm like, you want me to fucking watch this serious fucking show with Prince Charming?
this shit.
Go fuck
This
yourself.
show is
Lost in
this show's
2021.
yeah, it's like Lost is what
Okay.
is what it is, and it's
Right on.
it's
Well,
interesting. There's an element.
and people had been telling me about it though. They were saying it was so great, and
No.
but they were like, oh, but it's a dead show, so it kind of ends on a cliffhanger. And I'm like, why do I want to torture myself? That sounds like a nightmare.
Well,
I'm
now
not
that-
gonna do that.
I watched the first episode and I said, nope. No,
You
no.
know, you know what show that ends like
I
that?
watched like
wish,
3
I
episodes.
wish Netflix would bring back is Jericho. You ever see? You guys ever see Jericho?
I
It's like
know
a
that show.
I
What
liked
about-
it.
What about Third Wave?
I liked. Oh,
third wave.
The sci-fi show about the aliens.
Uh,
It was around the same time as Jericho.
I didn't see that one, man.
I
And I
liked.
love that kind of stuff.
I liked Jericho better when he was at WCW.
Yeah, me
but,
too.
But
The Walls of Jericho.
All Canadian productions, by the way. Jericho and
Jericho?
Third Wave.
Dude, the guy that is on Fear the Walking Dead, Lenny, what's his last name? Tour de
watch it.
force actor, man. He always gets like, if he's not doing a British accent, he's doing
Kravitz?
a Southern accent, which is weird.
Lenny Bruce.
Lenny from Law and Order.
Yeah, totally. But
Lenny from Mice and Men.
yeah. Do I get to tin the rabbits, George? But yeah, Jericho is awesome, dude.
Yeah, Chris Jericho. He's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, fucking Chavez is Chavez.
Oh crap! SpaceX is landing right now.
Oh, cool.
Badass.
It's so friggin' neat, man.
Have you seen
There's
the
some really good stuff about the 21st century.
Yeah, I love seeing the fucking rocket land itself. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Have you seen the fucking Tesla robot, the humanoid robot? I was trying to send you all that stuff.
No, I remember you sending me the robot stuff. I was in the middle of something, but I was like, what is all this crazy?
Yeah. I know you're always
I
like,
saw the-
fuck you, Dustin. And then later on that pops up, you're like, oh yeah, look at this.
You're like someone like messages you at 2 a.m. because they're on a rant for like half an hour, and you're like, I
That's
gotta work,
Clint,
but I'll
but
listen
I'm-
to you.
That's me.
I'm messaging him at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
When I'm up.
I saw the Boston Dynamics robots last week. The two of them doing parkour.
Yeah.
That's nuts. And
They
I
can
love
do
how they're
crazy
not
shit
tethered
now.
anymore.
Atlas.
hmm
The Tesla, now we're way off on a jag, but
Yeah, it's all good.
the Tesla robot, Elon Musk is like, we're not going to let it be able to run faster than 5 miles an hour, so hopefully you can outrun it and possibly be able to overpower it if you have to. So it's like
Huh.
he's already thinking of like the dark future implications. He's like, I'm not going to make
Of
anything
course.
that could possibly become sentient from Skynet and like overpower you or force you to watch Manifest.
I'm not even worried about that. Like, it's when everybody's like, oh, I lost my job to all these immigrants. Blah, 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 blah,
These
blah. And it's
robots
like,
Yeah,
took
wait till
my
the robots
job.
kick in.
it's, no, it
took
already
my
is.
job.
It's you lost your job to automation. Like,
Yeah.
that's where society's going. Like,
Yeah.
there
That's
are
why
news articles from 50 or 60 years ago where they're like, automation will be the wave of the future and people will have all of this leisure time and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And it occurred. Like, automation was the wave of the future. It did occur, but it's like they're still forcing Americans to work. Like, work. You know, it's like,
Not me, man. I'm going to be
That's-
funny as shit. I'm going to be one of these pets for these robots.
That's why they're talking about
Put me on a leash.
universal basic income because there's not going to be enough jobs because everybody's going to have their jobs taken over by robots.
Teach my
like, think
kids
about
to
it. They're
be-
making stores where you just walk
James,
in
I
and
ju-
you don't pay for anything. You just walk in, grab something, walk out.
Yeah, they got fast food places like that. They
Mm-hmm.
got bartending robots that can make whatever drink. You just punch the button and it knows how to pour the drinks. It's crazy. They don't know how to tell jokes, but they know how to pour the drinks.
I'll hire
James,
you.
Or listen.
yeah,
I
or
got
listen.
those messages. Yeah.
Yeah.
James, I just sent you all that shit that Dustin sent me. If you're
Okay.
wondering why your
You're gonna
phone's
love
blown
it.
up, like
You're gonna love that,
there's
dude.
all the robot stuff.
My phone's always on silent. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. It's always on silent, but it's because I'm always at the computer.
Do you
That's
do you
why.
like the robot type cinema kind of thing, like the Ex Machina kind of, sort of stuff?
Ex
Yeah,
Machina
like,
was great.
like
Yeah,
the
Ex
whole
Machina was great, but that kind of like
Isaac
playing
Isaac
around.
Asimov.
Yeah, playing around
three
with
rules.
the ethics, playing around with the humanity or the illusion of humanity.
What are you doing?
Are you trying to say this has gone too long, Tito?
So
What do you think, Chloe?
that reminds me of Asimov that I watched. I don't know. What's your biggest Mandela effect from when you were a kid?
Oh, can I go first, James?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll
That
be right
Lee
back.
Majors is not Buck Rogers.
So you specifically remember Lee Majors being Buck Rogers?
I specifically remember the Fall Guy and the $6 Million Man also being Buck Rogers. that actor vaguely looks like Lee Majors, but it's not Lee Majors. And I did that one day. I was like looking something up, and because I was talking to Clint about it, I'm like, this guy, you know, blah blah blah, and I was like, it's not fucking Lee Majors. It fucked me up so bad that it like almost rewrote the entire history of my existence.
Are you aware of the Berenstein Bear thing?
Yeah, I always knew it was Berenstain.
So you're from the alternate universe. Okay.
Yeah, Berenstain because yeah.
Yeah, I had to no. I was like, that's wrong. What the fuck is going on? Somebody brought it up to me.
I had the
And I was
books
like,
though.
I did too. And
Huh.
I specifically remember it being Berenstein Bears. And even my wife, like I told her about it a few years later. I was like, so there's this whole thing, like, blah, 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 and she's like, what are you talking about? It's the Berenstein Bears. And I'm like, no, it's not. And she's like, yeah, it's EIN. And she's like, no, it's not. Or no, it's AIN. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's the Beren.
Yeah.
We specifically remember these things. And we just no, I guess I'm in the alternate universe. I crossed over and it was like,
I don't know,
what the
maybe
fuck
I
is
am.
going on here? No, because everything is like Berenstain. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Wouldn't it be
this is
badass if we
not.
did like a Twilight Zone, like find one of those books, like hidden, like they
I
fucking
would.
tried to like, scoop them all
Yes.
up slowly. It was like a library conspiracy. Turn in all your books,
And it's so there was so here's
that would
the deal.
be the episode too. That would be the unraveling of the fucking simulation. I've got the fucking Berenstein book right here.
It exists. It
Yeah,
exists.
totally.
And then it's like a whole
Fabric of
revolution.
time rips open. Yeah, totally. Fucking aliens come out, the reptoids come out and fucking drink your adrenochrome.
On the Asimov show, because he was on Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
Asimov had his own show, and he would talk about all kind of weird science stuff, and it was awesome. Well, he's like, I specifically remember, I was in an airfield, and this is Isaac Asimov, and he's like, and this guy walked into the propeller and got chopped all to hell. He didn't say that, but this guy got just chopped into pieces. And he was like, it never happened. Apparently, it was a dream. Okay, and but to me, it's a memory. It's so real. It was so real. It was a memory. And so for years, I had been telling my mom, I was like, yeah, like when we went to Hanna-Barbera Land, okay? Like, and she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where that's coming from. And she's like, and so I remember as a teenager, we're watching this show on Discovery, and she sees it. We're watching that together, and she says, yeah, kind of like you with Hanna-Barbera Land. That's like you. It was just a dream, and it was a memory. Well, after my granddad died, there's these pictures of myself and I was like 4 or 5. I can't believe I remembered it. And my aunt, who's like a year older than me, she's basically like a sister.
Right.
And we're at Hanna-Barbera Land with my granddad's brother, like my great uncle or whatever it is. And we're at Hanna-Barbera Land. And like, she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, it actually existed. And I looked up like the history of Hanna-Barbera Land. It existed for like a year in Houston.
That
It
is
was in
fucking
Houston.
wild. I think I remember Hanna-Barbera Land.
It was like literally 1 year. There needs to be a documentary about that. Like, it was like, and it was insane. Like, but I convinced myself, I was like, this is just fake. It didn't really happen. It's just some dream I had, and it was real. Like,
You just gave me chills, man. That's crazy.
Are they multiplying?
Hanna-Barbera?
Hanna-Barbera Land. Yeah. In Houston.
Weird.
Yeah, but there was an old short story written.
But by the way, real quick, I just want to say, James, thanks again for popping in, dude. And he said, "Hello, Bobby." with the echo, it's "Hello, Bobby."
That's great.
Hello, Bobby.
But there's a short story where, like, basically this character has a wart on them, and they're slowly turning into like a warty like pig person. But at the end of the story, you learn that the normal thing is that they're all warty pig people, and the fact he was a person before. It was like one of those Mandela effect, like turn the thing on its head, like like Twilight Zone type thing or whatever.
Very much Twilight Zone.
Very
Yeah.
interesting.
We were talking about Mandela effect. What was your most substantial?
Oh, what a
Mandela-
great topic.
dude! I told him about how I freaked out that I thought Lee Majors was Buck Rogers, and my whole life I thought that was fucking Lee Majors. And when I found out that it wasn't Lee Majors, it fucked me up worse than polio. And I was like, I freaked out. I was like, it almost rewrote my whole childhood.
The Shazam thing is real for me. That Sinbad was in Shazam.
Oh,
That's
like some kind of
that. It was a genie movie called Shazam, and everybody says no, you're talking about Kazam with Shaq, and I'm like, no, I don't think that they look anything alike. So no, I know who Shazam, I know who who Shaq is, and I know who Sinbad is, and
They're not
and
close.
it's
Yeah.
not even close, and I have like a weird, vague memory of Shazam, and when you look it up, it's not real. There's no Shazam movie with Sinbad, but but people swear it is, and they even made a joke on DC Fandom a couple of years ago,
Yeah, I remember.
where they had him pop up, which is hilarious. I just had a that James guy's back.
So
Yeah.
so Clint, you and I are from the alternate universe. We jumped into Dustin's universe apparently
Yeah, I'm a
because he remembers
Berenstain. Yeah,
he's a Berenstain guy. And
I remember that too. Berenstain Bears.
well, fuck you both, y'all.
Berenstein.
Fuck you both in the godass.
Yeah.
How about in Canada? Was it Berenstein?
It's
or
Berenstein.
It's
Oh, you got-
It was Berenstein.
it looks
was
like
Berenstein.
Berenstein.
The fucking
the other
people
one
in
is-
Canada are
that's
watching us as a simulation. They know what
You know
the real,
what?
They know what real reality is.
You know what's weird? Hey, you know what's weird?
It wasn't Stain.
My
It was
family's
Stain.
Canadian on my mom's side. So
How is that weird?
Like
because you said you feel the Steen, not the Stein, right?
it was
That's Berenstein. But the other
Berenstein, it
Mandela
was-
thing.
yeah.
if you look it up, it says Berenstain, but
Yeah, in your
but
universe.
that's the change. That's what's different. It's supposed to be Berenstein Bears. That's what we used to call them, the Berenstein Bears.
It was always Berenstain to me. I had
Ah,
like
You
yeah,
came from another.
Berenstain-
You came from a
Berens-
weird left-handed universe.
Berenstain go to the beach and
No,
there are
you're
all
the
kinds of-
left-handed universe.
There fucking needs to be.
Are you
The other
left-handed also,
Mandela-
Curtis?
The other
What?
Mandela one, sorry, is that Shazam movie.
That's what I was just talking about. Yeah.
You're talking about that already? Yeah.
Yeah, I just talked about that, and I was like, and I remember that. Like, I remember that. And there's people that are like swear, and I'm like, dude, somewhere there's got to be a VHS cover. You can't find one. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. The Super Collider blew up the universe and merged the two universes,
Yeah,
and now some things are dominant. And Shazam
Vibe-
is not a thing, even though I feel like it is. I love that cat.
Yeah, me too.
As
Me
Vibe
too.
Cat. My son does that. He's like,
My kids do that too. That's fucking it's a natural thing. Just rock out. I
no,
love to
because
party.
he does it because of Vibe Cat. Like
Oh, okay.
on his Minecraft videos, he'll be
Nice.
like, oh yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, man. So
So I'm gonna go and get to work. I just popped in. I
Alright.
wanted to try this OBS virtual camera. I had never tried it before. So thanks for
Virtual
having me,
cam-
guys.
hell yeah, man. Well, now you know it works.
Yeah.
That's basically what I do. I use virtual cam, and when I'm on small screen, when I throw Ethan Hawke or something weird out over my face, that's how I'm doing it. Is virtual cam. So
That's cool.
yeah,
Ethan Hawke and Moon Knight.
hell yeah.
Ethan Hawke is going to be Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, every actor that thinks they're
Yeah,
too good for superhero movies is gonna take that sweet candy money.
yeah. They're gonna take it back.
Yeah.
Ethan Hawke is in Moon Knight.
Yep.
Curtis.
But is he playing Mark Spector?
No,
No, he's playing a bad guy.
Oh.
Oscar Isaacs is playing him.
Yeah, Oscar Isaac is Mark Spector.
It's gonna be freaking awesome.
Who's that? Who's that guy?
Oscar Isaac, Poe from Star
Oh,
Wars.
okay.
Yep.
Oscar Isaac.
I can see it. Okay.
Yeah. So
Oh, James. Well, I got you here.
James,
Hey.
that's a great.
Do you
Nicolas Cage,
respect
freaking awesome.
Do you respect Tom Cruise as an action hero?
Yeah, I actually I respect him as a good actor, action hero too. Yeah.
Well, I respect him as a good actor too, but do you respect him as an action hero?
here's the deal. He's
No.
like,
Do you respect him as an action hero?
Watch this.
Yeah.
I like it better than calligraphy.
Check this out.
Is that
He's-
you?
he's,
Is that you or James adding that in? Because
he-
that is sweet. I like it.
He was
That's
basically
in it.
bagging on the Mission Impossible movies and
Not just Mission Impossible. Any
as
Tom
also
Cruise
hasn't
action
seen
movie.
also hasn't seen Edge of Tomorrow, also hasn't seen Jack Reacher, and I was just saying that he does his own stunts, and I think he's good in action movies,
Curtis is
And
saying
he's
the
a hell
last
of a
time.
producer too.
and he's a producer.
Well,
yeah.
he can produce, and
Yeah.
he is a damn good actor. But he is.
But
you have
action
not
star.
answered.
How do you
as
feel
an
about?
action
Yes,
star?
he is. Yes, he is. Have you seen John
Okay.
John Wick? He's not like Keanu Reeves or like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but like he's. Have you seen what was that movie he
Jack
did?
Reacher.
Jack Reacher. Chris McCoy directed the.
He's
second
trying to
one, right?
say the last time he was a good action star, he slid across the living room in his underwear.
Boom,
the
boom,
last
boom, boom,
good-
boom, 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 boom.
That's the last good action.
Curtis
Boom,
is
boom, boom,
wrong.
boom, 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 boom.
Did you hear that? He said Curtis is wrong.
What
I
if
like
a
when-
leprechaun
That must
attacked
be
your
where you get it from.
shins?
Like Clint got incensed and he was just like, "You're wrong." His voice cracked a little bit. You're wrong. Like Brian Posehn or something. It's sweet.
I just don't get it. Like I can't.
You can't do a. You don't like action movies?
I love action movies.
You don't like to party?
I like to party, but not with Tom Cruise. Not
love
with Tom
Clint.
Cruise.
I'm just saying, don't bag on Tom. Dude does his own stunts like
I-
Jackie
I
Chan. Like Jackie Chan.
Come on now.
He's like
this
the
is on
Jackie
tape.
Chan
This
of
is on video.
Scientology.
Like
That's right.
This is.
Yeah.
I just can't. No. I mean, I'll give it a shot. I'll watch Jack Reacher.
You got to watch Jack Reacher.
Dude, I love these thumbnails.
But
This
it's
is like
gonna be
performance
like-
art.
I- Jack Reacher around.
Oh man, how is that not a porno?
Hi-yo.
I mean, who says it's not?
Edging on tomorrow.
Okay, we're done. We're not going
Come
there.
on with me down this dark road.
We're not going.
Top
Recently by the
Gun.
whores have eyes.
Top Gun on top. Ah.
Oh,
Why are
boy.
you so scared, Clint? Don't be afraid, my child.
I swapped you guys now. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, if you haven't, we've gone off the rails, and it's to be expected. We've been on for 3 hours and 46 minutes,
Well, we did cover Bob Ross.
which is a new YouTube record.
We did
Not
cover
really.
Hero. We did cover Ip Man, and we did cover Sir Ben Kingsley, liking to party.
That's right.
Mhm.
We covered all
And
those
the
things.
We also covered how
Is that our
Tom
Arnold
Cruise
jingle all the way?
cannot carry an action movie.
Yep.
So,
That's not true, dude. That's
Wait,
just
I just
simply
heard
not
a
true.
yep. I just heard a yep from James.
No, we also talked about westerns.
We talked
We
about
talked about westerns,
Patrick Swayze.
Hong
for a
Kong
bit.
cinema.
Hong Kong cinema.
Yep.
We also talked about Easterns. We
Yeah,
we
I
also-
like what you did there.
yeah. And that was it. And then we talked about the Mandela effect
And Patrick Swayze.
and Patrick Swayze. Yes, it's a well-rounded list of things.
If you're
And-
out there and you have a Mandela effect about Patrick Swayze, please send it in so we can talk about it at length next week.
Please do. Whoop. And we got to see some badass things on James's screen.
I like
It's
the
just
bean one.
hilarious.
The bean
Like,
one is my
yeah, I was
favorite.
about to say Mr. Bean right there. That's
Yeah.
what I think of when I
Faulty
when I see
Towers.
Tom Cruise in an action movie. I think of Mr. Bean.
Blackadder.
Okay, man. All right. All right.
Curtis,
boss.
your insecurities are showing.
Huh?
Your insecurities are showing against Tom Cruise. It's okay.
It's
It'll
okay,
be all
dude.
right.
No, he's a great actor. Like,
Hey, dude,
it's just, I mean, I don't get it. I
Curtis,
can't.
it's not your
There's
fault.
look, you're not the first person I met. Like, there's some people who just do not like Tom Cruise at all. Just don't like him for some
I
reason.
like him in Eyes Wide
And
Shut.
it may very well be an insecurity. I'll admit that, but I just
Curtis, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's
is there
not
a
your
group-
fault.
Is
It's
there a
not your
group
fault.
that we can subscribe to?
Yeah, we
Is
need to
there
have like we need to make a live stream support group for people who
cruiser
don't like Tom
vintage?
Cruise.
What would you call him?
For Tom Cruise or for Curtis?
Cruising? Or when you troll somebody with
Cruising?
Tom Cruise, you're cruising.
I'm not saying that Tom
When
Cruise
you
is not a
trolling-
bad actor.
When you troll somebody, you're cruising them about Tom Cruise.
Don't cruise me, bro. Don't
Yeah,
cruise.
Don't cruise me, bro.
Guys, like, share, subscribe, click that notification bell.
Truffle shuffle it.
Yeah. Let people know about the show. It's you guys sharing our stuff that gets us new people, and that makes it more fun.
Fuck yeah.
Makes us more fun. Oh, Dustin loves that. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. And also, you can catch me on my other channel on Thursdays, which is called Answering for a Friend. So check that out. And on Fridays, every Friday, with Edward Lauder and that James guy, I'm on Small Screen Co. I'll put a link to that in the description of this, and I invite you to check out our new Spider-Man theories video that we just cranked out this morning. That's already that's just destroying. We're doing great with that video, and excited, proud to be part of it. So hope you guys had fun tonight. And what are you laughing about?
The OG Clint Baker, like the
Oh, yeah,
Riker.
man.
If you could do Riker and do me as Picard, and you just did it's like the velvet painting.
Well,
I'd be like,
And
Very
I'll
well,
be
make it
Data.
so.
I want to be Data.
yeah,
yeah, man.
dude, I'll do everyone.
Curtis is Worf. I have to do Worf, bro.
Oh boy, or
We'll
the
do
Clint,
Curtis. We'll do Curtis as Tom Cruise.
or yeah, or Kurt. What's the Clint Howard character on the
Am I gonna be the Clint Howard character? Badass.
on Deep Space Nine?
That's not Clint Howard.
The guy with the big ears? It's Clint Howard.
Are you sure the Ferengi is Clint Howard?
Are you talking
That
about
can't be
me
right.
still?
Clint.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about me still?
That can't be right.
Yeah,
Are you
dude.
deciding who's
That
going to
can't
be
be
me?
Clint Howard, dude. You're talking about the Ferengi.
Curtis can be Barclay from Next Generation.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at him up.
I'm Kirk or I'm nothing. Like, all
There
right,
you go.
know, just yeah.
Actually, I
just-
say you
just-
write your own
we're
ticket,
done here.
Curtis. That's the way to roll. I'm Kirk
I'm going
or
to.
nothing.
Shatner your asses, and
Yeah,
I'll be Kirk.
I'll be Kirk. I don't know if you're into Star Trek at all, James, but I've
Have you
always
not
said
seen any of the small screen videos I've edited? I always throw in so many Star Trek references.
dude, I'm a
It's-
Captain
it's-
Jonathan guy. I like Scott Bakula.
Nice,
I
an
think he's
Archer
the
guy.
best captain.
All right, that's okay.
I love it. I
Yeah,
like
he's
Captain
got his-
Janeway
Price
too
is
for
underrated.
different reasons, but I'm a Captain Jonathan Scott Bakula.
He's got his baccalaureate degree.
Yep. I'm a Bacularian. I think it's cool that he's like his biggest claim to fame was like, and at the academy I was a water polo champion. He's like the foil of all the other captains. It's like hilarious.
The foil, like a fencing foil.
Like a literary device, Clint. The foil in the story.
Oh, foiled again.
Foiled again.
Oh yes, it's getting wild in here.
Yeah, man. I just keep thinking about Chris Klink watching this for 3 hours tomorrow and just having no payoff. That
So
wasn't
you're saying
really...
that's me, Clint. Clint,
Hey, hey,
do I have to drive
the
to,
payoff
Hey,
is
do I have
much
to
man.
drive to Austin
Hey,
to
dude.
punch you in the face?
Oh
Dude,
shit!
I knew who you were talking about. You have to
For
drive to Austin.
sure.
You have to drive 3
Dude.
hours this week so I can punch you in the face.
Oh no!
For sure, Curtis could suplex you.
Absolutely, he rip,
No
rip my arms
sweat.
off and beat me with them.
No sweat.
I mean, that guy could work for Dustin too.
I knew
I'll
who
be
you
that
were
guy.
talking about.
I kind
But
of,
once you said Clint Howard,
in life, I kind of am the Ferengi.
Yeah,
I
well-
am the annoying guy that's looking to try to get over on you and get a deal.
Oh boy!
Is that really Clint Howard?
Yeah, look at his eyes.
That's not Clint Howard.
Look at him, dude. Tell me that's not how.
Dude.
that's Clint
It's
Howard.
So-
yeah.
That's Clint Howard,
Do
dude.
you think
Not.
he's...
It is him. It's a
Hey.
guest star.
Oh, he guest starred?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to
Oh,
say...
okay. I thought you were talking
Honestly,
about-
I would rather be the most accomplished brother. So fair enough.
Dude, how bad did like Ron Howard shit the bed on the stand stuff?
I don't
I
know
haven't
how bad.
watched it.
Well, no, he was gonna do a movie, then series, then movie series. Like it was gonna be like kind of like what they're doing with Star Wars, but it was gonna be serialized, and that's the way they should have done it. But they totally, had that. I'm sorry, not the stand. I'm sorry, Gunslinger. I completely had a brain fart.
Oh yeah, okay. I know what
He
you're
was
talking about.
signed on to do the Gunslinger thing, and they were going to serialize it, but then they just ended up doing that movie.
Well, did he make that first movie with
Lukewarm.
Idris Elba?
I don't know if he made it. And there's a character in Eyes of the Dragon, actually, that is also a gunslinger that Idris Elba. I hope they bring it back, and I hope he has that part because it's actually a pretty integral part of the storyline. He's like an old gunslinger that's a black dude or whatever in Eyes of the Dragon,
Well, there was they were talking about on one of the criticisms of the new Suicide Squad. They were saying Idris Elba is in a high draw, and maybe that's true, but I don't know why, man. I
They're
don't know why he's
crazy.
not.
I love him. I think he's
Yeah.
great.
I want him
I
for a
don't
new-
know.
I want him for a
like-
new James Bond.
I do
I
too.
think he's
Yeah,
great. I think
he
Luther
should
is
be
one of the
in.
best British produced television shows that's come along in a long time. That's a great. It made me take British police officers or British detectives seriously. I'm like, get out of here! Like anytime
Luther
they
was
have,
so good.
there's like a British
Yeah.
movie where something goes down and they can't solve it by pulling a gun on them. I'm like, what the? As an American, I'm like, are you kidding
Just
me?
shoot him.
Yeah. They've actually got to be creative and figure out how to solve the problem.
Yeah. So I've got I think I have some fan casting that
Nice. Who did that picture in the car? That's genius.
I've got some fan casting right here. Hold on a sec here.
Yeah, I just hope Chris Klink watches this all the way to the end and just never gets that
Yeah,
time
that's
back at the
right.
end of his life.
I really want to get.
Oh yeah, dude.
Mitzelplick?
What do you think, James? Dumbest?
Did you, Jay?
Dumbest?
Tell me.
bad guy?
Dude, tell me that Mitzelplick couldn't play.
Tell me that's not
could be
gonna
Clint Howard.
Tell me that's not going to be Eddie Vedder in 10 years.
Tell me that you're not comparing me to Mixoplick because
No,
that's what you
no.
were doing
Tell me-
earlier.
No.
Tell me,
Oh man, come on.
tell me you're
No,
not
dude,
covering up my amazing artwork.
I'm just saying. I had this thought. I found this picture. I'm gonna get murdered. Look at that.
Yeah,
I
do.
feel
Did
like
you-
Clint Howard should be Mitzelplick. I think it's the worst idea ever to do a live action Mitzelplick. I don't think that should ever happen. Because
Wait. Did you ever read Emperor Joker?
no.
James, did you ever read Emperor Joker?
Did what? Sorry, you cut out.
Did you ever read Emperor Joker?
No.
It's a great crossover. and it ends up being Mxyzptlk as the ringleader of them all, and it kind of drew him back in for the DC universe. It like
Nice.
made
Now I
him-
don't have to read it.
it's good. Yeah, it's great, man. It drew him back in as like a central character that was like, oh, this dude could be dangerous, because of course, yeah, he was always a joke, but like once they did Emperor Joker, I was like, fuck, Mxyzptlk can fuck some shit up, man. Like it was good.
The character could, but the cartoon will forever ruin it for me. There's no way
Well,
I could take him
it's-
seriously. I could probably watch Prince Charming fucking act next to Tom Cruise in an action movie sooner than I can like be scared of Mxyzptlk.
It's like Wonder Woman 1984. Like once you start getting like wishes and things like that in the show, it's like it takes it out of reality. You know what I mean? Like, wishes? No, we're not doing a genie movie here. Like, okay, I'm out. Like that's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
Mxyzptlk is kind of like that.
Yeah,
It works.
He's like a Rumpelstiltskin.
It works with
character.
it works with Q in Star Trek.
Yeah.
It works there, but in like comic movies, I was like, I don't want to see any like little dude
In the movies, yeah.
in the
it
movies.
worked as well.
You know, in an animated thing, sure, but
But in the comic, man, they made it work.
hey, Curtis,
Yes.
dude, I'll talk to you all night long, but I don't want you trying to cancel our show because you're complaining tomorrow. Not saying that you're a complainer. I'm just saying I love meeting with you on Tuesdays, and so I'm trying to be the voice of reason. If you think you need to go to bed, go for it. If you want to keep talking for 2 hours, I'll have you on and we'll keep going. But I'm just right now I'm playing the voice
Being
of
the
reason.
designated driver.
I'm the designated producer.
Thank you very much. I definitely would keep talking for 2 hours, but yes, you are right, sir. I need to go to sleep. I love you all.
I just
love
don't
you,
want
man.
you. I love you too, man. I just don't want you next week be like, dude, I can't do it next Tuesday. I was
I know,
tired all
I know.
day. And I'm like, no, we need to do this every week. So Curtis, I love you, man. Have a great night. Please don't drive over here in the middle of the night and beat me in my sleep for throwing the Ferengi picture.
No,
I
that'll
was
come
just
Saturday. That's Saturday. That's a Saturday.
It's always got to
Okay.
be like when
That
you
was-
least expect it.
that was
No, you'll. I'll tell you, it's coming.
I'm sure I'm gonna get it.
Like Jason.
Yes, I always get it sooner or later. Somebody
I might look like Clint Howard now.
you don't look
but
like Clint
you-
Howard at all.
But you will when I'm done.
I look like.
So there we go.
I could throw my gray hair out on the side of my head right now and look like Clint Howard.
It was you or Dustin. I just had to pick somebody to and I picked I think I picked poorly. That's what I think.
You chose unwisely.
I chose unwisely. Only the penitent man will pass. All right, dude. Well,
James, I had a blast. It was cool being on a
oh
on a
yeah,
podcast with you. I'm a fan of the show.
You gotta
yes.
put Edward's
Come on the
beautiful
show
face in
anytime
there.
you want,
Get that
man.
out of here. I just got compared to Clint Howard. Get that out of here.
I didn't call you Clint Howard. I just said we've all got to play a character.
Yeah.
Somebody's
You
got to
can
be somebody's got to be the Wookiee always.
I'm fine with a Wookiee. All right.
All right, dude. Curtis, love you, man. We'll see you next week.
Later,
I'll
brother.
talk to you before that and get some Z's and.
And you guys come up with 7 movies for me to watch
Yeah.
the day before.
We're gonna give you the list Tuesday morning.
Undisputed 1, 2, or 2 and 3. Undisputed 2 and 3 will be on the list next week.
Undisputed
So-
2 and 3. There you
Already
go.
Seen that shit.
And I say we maybe talk about the next Ip Man.
I like it.
I might watch. I might watch the next.
Ooh.
Let's do 2 and 3 Undisputed and 2 and 3 Ip Man next week.
I am down.
And then I'm going to try and get my brother on, who, again, has been practicing Kung Fu for 30 years and multiple other martial arts. And we'll try to get him on to talk about his opinions of all those movies and Shang-Chi. And that should be a pretty cool show.
Badass.
All right.
Off the heels of the Shang-Chi release. That'll be fun. Don't forget to watch What If? And guys at home, and because I'm sure we'll be talking about that too. So, hell yeah.
All
All right, Curtis. It was fun, man. We'll see you next week, brother.
Take it easy, guys. I love you.
All right, I love you too, man. Don't beat me up. Don't
No
beat me
promises.
up.
Don't beat me down.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll put this
That
in.
was like when your two great aunts say goodbye for half an hour.
Yeah. That's
Uh,
badass.
here, we got Clint Howard in the chat. Or not in the chat, in the show.
Do you have a favorite Kids in the Hall? Like actor
skit?
or skit?
Oh, that's hard. I really like Kevin McDonald. I think he's a
McDonald's
great actor.
I-
And have you seen Sky High?
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Dave Foley in it were absolutely
yeah,
fantastic.
awesome.
And then
If
you
you're
had
gonna throw Kevin McDonald, I'll take the Daddy Drank with Dave Foley and Kevin McDonald. Daddy Drank. I bought you. I was gonna buy a puppy, but then I killed it. I'm kidding. I'd never get you a puppy. And you like can't sneak up on him and kill him in his
Yeah.
sleep because he's wearing tap shoes.
I'll have to I'll have to look up the names and I'll have to send them to you.
My
There's
favorite.
so many, man.
I don't know the name of the skit, but it's Dave Foley. Dave Foley's my favorite. He plays the best woman too. If you can look at the contempt in his eyes, he like captures it perfectly. It's like it's eerie.
Womanly contempt.
He must have had somebody in his life that was like that. When he's playing like either the wife of the I like flavor, like I forget. But Scott Thompson or whatever, he plays his wife, or when he plays the temp, all the temp skits, when he plays the contempt in his eyes is like perfect. But my favorite skit of his is the dude that works in the convenience store that speaks phonetically. He doesn't understand English. I'm sorry, I don't speak English. I can see by the confusion on your face that you don't believe me, but I assure you I understand nothing of what I'm saying.
What a great show. I can't wait for the new episodes.
God, I hope it's good. I want it because those guys, they never got, I mean, everybody loves them and they're like influenced so much, but I just don't think they got the
acclaim.
I mean, they're the Canadian Monty Python, at least.
It's you can blame the fucking CBC for that. Yeah. Anyways, I gotta go myself.
All right, man.
All right, dude. Yeah, we got to pull a plug on this thing, guys. Again, like, share, subscribe. Mention in the comments what you liked, what you didn't like. If you got any subjects you want us to talk about, let us know in the comments. Or feel free to message me. You can find me on Twitter at the OG Clint Baker, and both that and Instagram. And we'll see you guys next week. James, thanks, brother. And Dustin, thank you. And we will see you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Next time.